Hello, my fellow warriors of love. Welcome to this very special day. Thank you all for being here with us. Happy Valentine's Day. For those of you that know me, I don't usually celebrate public holidays, but I love turning them and alchemizing them into something that's just closer to my heart and spirit. And so my intention for today is for us to celebrate all these amazing speakers that we have, to allow this day to be an embodiment of infinite love, to embody the divine love, to embody our soul's love, to receive infinite unconditional love, to give infinite unconditional love, to truly be who we are. Originally, we came into this world being love, and then we forgot that. So I want to use today's event as an honoring of who we came here to be. Let's remember who we are, and let us be bold in our ability to show up in the world in our fullness, not holding back, unapologetic for who we're here to be, what we're here to do. And we've got some amazing speakers lined up today. We're going to be talking about all sorts of areas of love, including manifesting love, magnetizing, receiving more love, manifesting soulmates, taking our relationships to their next level, so many different areas. So we're also going to have guests at the end do talk about sacred union, which is really special. So bring all your great energy, bring all your guides and angels to be present with us, and surround our beautiful speaker with all the love that you can muster. And feel free to interact in the chat. Yeah. And I'll officially welcome our speaker now. So Faye is a dear soul sister of mine, and she is a heart empowerment guide, intuitive healer, light code initiator, love consciousness activator, portal guide, and master healer trainer. There's so much more that defines who you are, but that's just the words. But you'll feel her presence, you'll feel her power, you feel her gifts. You will leave this call way more remembered than you came into this. So she has been a teacher of teachers for over a decade. Through years of deep inner healing, she turned her past trauma into transformation and now holds space for others to do the same. For over 18 years, Hillary has dedicated her life to the path of healing and has now taught and trained thousands of heart-centered alchemists, yoga and meditation teachers, energy healers, and intuitive coaches. She channels deep soul knowledge and unconditional love into everything she puts out into the world. Hillary, thank you so much for blessing us with your presence. Thank you for being here. I appreciate you.
Thank you so much. I'm so grateful to be here. And when Tarek asked me to be a part of this, even the name Embody Infinite Love, this is what I'm all about and my work is all about. So thank you so much. And thank you so much for putting this together on Valentine's Day as an opportunity to sink into that divine love. And I'll be guiding you through a heart receptivity attunement to open your heart's magnetism. And a few things will happen in it, like a balancing of your electromagnetic energy field, unplugging from something that you may, that may be draining your energy so that you can plug back into source. And today was such an example of being in that love frequency. And I apologize, there are gardeners out front. I've just moved into a new home in Florida, and it's been days of nonstop unpacking. That's why I'm so excited to be here with all of you and do something besides unpacking. But this morning I woke up and it has been like 3 days of just nonstop organizing and unpacking. And then I was feeling tired and I was feeling a little under the weather. And then, I noticed the thoughts that began coming up in my mind because of it. And then I'm like, okay, here's the opportunity. Here is the opportunity in this moment to choose to love myself, to choose to be compassionate with myself. So we're going to dive into this, and hopefully this background noise will stop in just a few minutes as the next door neighbors are having
Hillary,
their gardens here. Yes.
On our end, we hear nothing, so you're perfect.
Thank you so much for letting me know that.
Welcome.
Perfect. That happens sometimes where on my end, like, this is unbelievably loud, and then no one else can hear it, because I always love the best sound quality. So
Yeah.
thank you for being here to embody infinite love. I think it worked out so beautifully that I could start this amazing online event to get you into your receptivity so you can receive all that my dearest soul brother and all these incredible speakers have to offer you. This is a wave of momentum, and this initial attunement is really here to open you up. So when you're ready, you can close your eyes and begin to relax your shoulders. Allow your eyes to soften as you tune into this frequency that is being held for you. Tuning into the frequency of being held in unconditional love. Tuning into the frequency of holding yourself in unconditional love. Really taking a moment to feel into infinity, infinite love, never ending love. There are so many waves and beams and codes of light that are flowing to you now. And all you have to do is breathe them in. I will begin preparing this attunement by calling in the soft pink Bulgarian rose frequency. Breathing long and deep. This is a very high vibration rose, and I want to call in to each one of your energy fields. Breathe it in and call it in with me. The frequency of 1,000 soft pink Bulgarian roses. What would it feel like in your heart if you opened the door and there were 1,000 beautiful, gorgeous, exquisite, long stem roses waiting for you? Breathe that energy in, counting a few deep breaths. And now, working with Mary Magdalene, I'm taking 2 of these soft pink roses and I'm energetically placing them in and around your shoulder area, clearing out any armor, any over tense musculature that is holding your heart back from receiving. So as you count long and deep, each breath that you are receiving, as you exhale, I invite you to open to that softening and that releasing through your chest, through your shoulders, through your neck. The rose vibrates at such a high frequency that it clears out anything that is not for your highest good and your highest love. The guides are saying this is like an energetic, soft pink rose massage. And they're inviting that softening through the fascia, through the muscles, through the tissue, through the ligaments, through the joints. That tightness that sometimes keeps our chest and our heart in this state of contraction. You're invited to unplug and release contraction now. You can see a plug plugged into the wall in front of you. And I want you to unplug from tension and contraction. And as you unplug from it, any armoring, anything that is blocking your heart's receptivity is being alchemically transmuted by the soft pink roses now. Count a few more long, deep breaths. And now deepening into the heart receptivity attunement to open your magnetism. Is there anything else that feels like it is in the way of your heart's receptivity? Maybe feeling unworthy or not good enough, feeling self-doubt, confusion, lack, feeling like you have to please others or put others above yourself. Is there anything in the way of your heart receiving? And then again, I want you to imagine, just like you plug a flat screen TV, you plug an outlet into the socket in the wall. With your imaginary third arm, I want you to grab this socket now and be very clear. What is in the way? What do you choose to unplug from in this moment? And when you're ready, unplug that plug. And as you unplug the plug, any energy that has been draining you, that has been feeding this program, your life force being drained into the program, is now returning to you. Breathe that light back in and you feel the light, the energy into your mind. And I want you to now imagine there's a plug at the base of your skull. And you're unplugging that plug just like you unplug the drain at the bottom of a bathtub. And all of your vital life force is now swirling down through the head, down into your throat, down into your chest. And you find your energy, your focus before the golden doors of your sacred heart center. Enter those doors now. When you're ready, step in, close the doors behind you. Ask that your heart center be illuminated with light, and take a seat on the altar before the violet flame and pink diamond, and count a few deep breaths here, returning home to your heart, returning home to this source of embodying the infinite love that you are. Breathe it in. Now I want you to, with your imaginary third arm, recall that plug that you unplugged from that program that was draining your energy. And I want you to take that plug and we're going to strengthen it and widen it. And we're going to send it up to the cosmic heart, the love and intelligence of the Creator. And you cannot do this wrong. All you have to do is breathe, and your breath does all the work. I'm doing this for you now. I'm widening this plug, strengthening it, making it larger, and sending it up, connecting to the soft, pink, golden, cosmic light that is the love and intelligence of the Creator. And now we're going to put the other side of that plug into your heart center. And this plug has been fully transmuted. And I want you to count a few long, deep, circular breaths as you breathe in the soft, pink, golden, cosmic light of the Creator. Breathe it in. I want you to let yourself refill and sense that your heart, the physical beating organ within your chest, as well as the chakra, the energy center in your heart, is growing brighter and stronger, embodying infinite love, breathing in the soft, pink, golden cosmic light from the heart of the Creator. And what we're doing here is we're recharging your physical heart and your heart chakra so that we can strengthen that electromagnetic toroidal field so that you can become more magnetic to your heart's desires and more magnetic to love. Continue breathing long and deep, allowing yourself to soften even more. This entire process is an energetic healing. Breathe in the codes of light that I'm sending to you. And now you begin noticing as your heart chakra and your physical heart fills to 100% with the golden soft pink light. Your heart begins smiling and that light begins overflowing into your electromagnetic toroidal field. And now with your permission, you can say, yes, I'm going to balance your heart chakra and your electromagnetic field. Bringing them into optimal balance, all you have to do is say yes. And your electromagnetic field is growing stronger and brighter and larger. And this is fifth dimensional magnetization, manifestation, where through your happy and full heart, you begin to call in all of your heart's desires. And we're going to pick 3 things now. And I'm opening the quantum fields so that we can connect a golden string of light within the quantum field from you to something that you want to call into your life. Stay present, aware of being aware. Stay with your breath. And what is one thing that will help you embody more infinite love? Do you wish to call in a soul friend, a soul family member, maybe a soul mate, a romantic partner? Tune in now. And then in the oneness of the quantum field, you feel this unity and connection that you already have. And now from your overflowing heart, we are creating a pure golden light string, a quantum string from you to your heart's desire. And on your next deep inhale, the string is connected. And once this string is connected, the string grows shorter and shorter and shorter until you meet your heart's desire physically manifested in your life. So know that this is happening and be open to receive it. Anchoring the frequency of self-worth. One more deep breath in and out. What is something else that will help you embody your infinite love? It could be a frequency, the frequency of an ascended master, an archangel, maybe a rose quartz crystal. And if you don't know, that's okay. You can ask, may I be connected through the quantum field to exactly what will help me embody infinite love. And on your next deep inhale, the golden string is fully connected. And again, this string will continue to grow smaller until you meet this desire in physical form. One more deep breath to integrate. We're almost there. You are doing an incredible job. And what is one more energy frequency? Maybe you want to call in again a beloved, a soul friend, a soul family member, a soul brother, a soul sister. Set your intention. And on the next inhale, I will connect the golden string of light. And I want you to sit in this magnetism, knowing that your heart's desires are desiring you. That from this place of infinite love and infinite connection, you are one with everything. Now I want you to, for a moment, clear your mind of all limitations and be with your heart's desire. What does your heart desire? Then begin to experience your oneness with that heart's desire. 3 more deep circular breaths. Feeling how you have increased your love quotient. You've relaxed the body, you've opened to receive. And I want you to notice, what else do you notice after receiving this heart receptivity attunement? Sense how you are embodying infinite love now. And when you're ready, inhale deeply. And after your next exhale, you can slowly open your eyes. And let me know how you're feeling in the comments, in the chat. And I want to share, there are a lot of tools in this practice that you can come back to. If you feel something is draining your energy, you can imagine a plug and literally pull out the plug, unplug, bring it back into the heart of the creator. Work with that rose frequency, because the rose really helps us kind of soften a lot of that armor that can keep the energy from flowing into the heart. So there were a lot of tools in this process. And yes, please let me know how you're feeling.
Hillary, I was getting tingles all up and down my spine. I feel so calm. I feel so loved. I feel so supported. Thank you so much. This is so powerful.
You're so welcome. And I am over the moon to kind of set the stage for everything else that is coming for all of you in this magical day, to really open that receptivity. And if, in one of the other processes or something, you feel that again, any blockage to you receiving, call in that pink rose frequency. See the rose petals massaging through your shoulders, through your chest, through your neck, and really allow that opening. And I'm so grateful to be able to connect with all of you today. And if anyone ever wants to connect again, my email and website are Hillary Faye. Hillary@hillaryfaye.com is the email address if you ever want to book a one-on-one session. And I have my 5D initiations program, a 5-week program starting tomorrow, initiating the physical, mental, energetic bodies into the 5th dimension of consciousness, so that you can anchor your 5th dimensional light body into your physical body, and anchor your 5th dimensional reality into your 3rd dimensional reality. So if anyone wants any more information on that, reach out to me at any time. You can go to my website, hillaryfaye.com, or email me at hillary@hillaryfaye.com. Oh, I love this comment from Luke. I asked to be with my twin flame, to come into my life now, to have Jesus Christ be with me, and to have my soul family member, a soul sister, come into my life. I love that, Luke. Oh, that's so beautiful. I will be holding the intention for all of these connections. And at any point, you can tap back into it and realize, in this quantum field, you are connected to everything, and visualize that golden string of light literally bringing it to you, becoming shorter and shorter and shorter until it is manifested in your physical reality.
Beautiful. Thank you so much. And if anyone is here, I want to thank those who've purchased the ticket. Some of you who are here, Gloria, Mark, Katya, please, if you have any questions for our speaker and everyone else, now is the time to ask the questions. But Hillary, I know you've had a big day and you've taken the time to be with us. So how was that for you? How did you feel during that?
Oh, absolutely incredible. I'm so grateful. They're
Yeah,
just a full column of light, and I felt so connected to each one of your souls, and you're such beautiful high vibration star beings, angel energy, fairy energy, all of you. It was incredible. Sometimes this, when you need to, it is in giving that we receive too, and being able to be in this frequency and be a part of this is such a huge blessing, because this really is my biggest mission on this planet, is awakening love and helping people really feel that and removing whatever may be in the way of that. So this is such a sacred event. And I'm so grateful to my dearest soul brother for having me here and offering this. And yes, if anyone has a question, feel free.
yeah, beautiful. So we'll definitely have this up on YouTube as soon as we figure out the technical stuff. And you guys can re-listen to it over and over. And I highly recommend finding your way to connecting with Hillary. And I love what you've got launching, and you've got so much to offer. And I just saw 1, 2, 3, 4, which means take those next steps to move you forward and upward. Bless your heart, Hillary. Thank you so much for taking time to be with us. And maybe one more time for folks, the easiest way to connect with you.
I can type it into the chat too, but yes,
Please.
you can go to hillaryfaye.com, and it is Hillary with 2 L's, Faye. Or if you want to email me, Hillary, let's see if I type that Hillary at hillaryfaye.com, and I can send you information on
Perfect.
my one-on-one sessions
Got
or
it.
on the upcoming 5D initiation starting tomorrow.
Beautiful. Thank you so much, Hillary, for all that you are, all that you do. Keep shining. Okay, here we go, Luke. Okay, so we can ask questions on video now. Just in the chat for now, Luke. Just in the chat for now. Beautiful. And Hillary, maybe one last piece of advice. People out there struggling with soulmates, struggling to connect with the right partnership, maybe attracting what feels like the wrong type of person. What do you feel what is the universe, what is God's source trying to teach us in those experiences? What are we needing to learn, reclaim, remember, so that we can feel more in alignment with something that we know in our heart is what we're desiring?
I love that question. And one thing I want to share is, relationships, as we know, can be very challenging. There's challenges to not being in a relationship too, and recognizing that. And one thing that I've noticed when I'm challenged in a relationship, what my guides kept saying is the challenges are here to help make you more conscious. So it's not that anything is against you ever. The universe is always working on your behalf. And sometimes we are challenged so that we can step into that higher consciousness.
Mhm.
And for some of those, that may be, putting in the effort to transform the relationship that you're currently in. And for others, that may be the consciousness to recognize what you're truly worth and not stay in something that isn't in alignment with that. But I want you to know that the challenges also come from love, that there is so much love in everything, and that even when you're being challenged, it really is an opportunity to become more conscious. And that's a mantra I've been working with all year since my guides gave that to me, was these challenges are here to help me become more conscious. And becoming more conscious is becoming more aware of the love that you are. And then, the other thing too, which was my lesson this morning, was how do you act towards yourself and others when you're not feeling your best? If you got overstressed, overworked, overwhelmed, if your immune system feels lower, you caught a bug, it's like, then when we're not our best, it's like, what thoughts do we think towards ourselves, or what do we speak towards others? And then again, that's the opportunity to, in those moments, bring more consciousness, bring more gentleness, bring more love towards yourself, or love towards the other.
I love it. I love it. And that's such a beautiful hack. I love that, Hillary, is that if we start by believing the universe is conspiring for us, right? It's manipulating reality for our highest good. So if we start by believing that, then we don't need to understand why things are happening. We just presuppose that they're happening for us. And through that faith and trust, we can see those experiences as initiation experiences that are there to help us. And maybe when we look back, we realize how they helped us. But in the moment, starting off just by saying this is happening for me and not to me is going to open you up to a whole portal of actually getting the lessons and the wisdom. I love that.
That's so profound. Like my eyes are watering because I'm
Oh,
being shown by the guides what you're saying too. And like when we have the challenge, one reason we stay in the challenge longer is because we're like, why is this happening to us? Like,
yeah.
why is something, I've just moved from California to Florida. It's not been easy. I've had
Mm,
those moments of like, why is it so hard? And why
yeah.
am I being challenged so much? But it's like, what if all of those challenges were literally coming from love to help you rise into everything that you're meant to be? And it's so moving and it's so profound. And if we can recognize that, then we don't compound it by sitting like, why is this happening to me? Why this, why that? Why are there always so many challenges? And then we almost stew in it for even longer.
Yeah.
Then like, okay, an opportunity. Like I remember once hearing that adversity is here to initiate us into greatness. So whether you're experiencing adversity because you want to manifest your soulmate and they're not physically there yet, or you're experiencing adversity because you're in a challenging relationship, romantically or otherwise, with your parents, friends, siblings, that is that opportunity. So I see a question from Luke.
Yeah, Luke says, my only question is, how can I manifest my twin flame in my physical life? Because I'm on this journey at the moment and just met these two twin flames, this couple the other day, Maritza and Jordan, and they want me to meet my twin flame and be with him. Thank you, Hillary and Tarek. Do you want?
That's a
Yeah.
great question. And it is a process, in my opinion, of opening and allowing, of literally sitting within, getting into a meditative state, like re-listen to the process, the attunement, access that meditative state, and literally become one with them, meet them in your higher self form. And you can ask, like, I asked the higher self of my beloved twin flame soulmate to, to give them the messages that they need so that we can physically meet in person. And I asked my higher self to communicate the messages with me so that we can follow those divine synchronicities. But
Yes.
really being in that frequency, when you can feel that energy within yourself, that's when you're magnetizing it. And sometimes it's, when we're over desiring, we're chasing, and it's almost like we're like shooing it away as we're chasing so much after it. So I really sense for you sitting in the frequency of it, and then also ask me, what are the inspired steps that I need to take to do
Mm,
it? Because sometimes, I hate to say it, but it's when you're not in that super desiring mode. I am coming up on 10 years married, and I met my partner when I was like in India teaching yoga to orphaned boys. And I'm like, this could be my life and I'll never get married and I don't need a partner. And I could just live like a completely different life. And I felt so happy and content within myself and my life. And I did not want a partner. That then there he was. It was like, wait a second, So it is a process of really like, what will bring you joy, what will help you feel loved, because the more you're embodying the infinite love, the more you're embodying that experience of love, the more you're magnetizing that, and the more you're also not feeling like something's missing.
mm, yeah,
And
I
I
love
know
it.
Tarek has so much that he's going to share about this today too.
Yeah, definitely. I'll do a whole talk, but yeah, it's so important. And it's like, love yourself where you're at in your journey right now. Be accepting with exactly where you're at. Don't put out those frequencies to the universe of lack, scarcity, not having. Hillary said it. In those moments where you're like, oh, why am I by myself or why am I alone? Alchemize that, as Hillary is an alchemist, and just reminding us that we are alchemists too, alchemize that moment and go, thank you so much. I'm so blessed to have this right now. So you literally start putting out those transmissions into the universe. And even beyond having a person, because a person can come in your life and then leave again. But what are you left with? Self-love doesn't go away. So I would say putting self-love as a priority, filling your cup so that whether someone comes along, that's icing on your cake. If they're not coming along, you're living such a beautiful life and you love yourself, that you're okay with or without that. And having a full cup and being loved, be the love that you wish to receive, becomes you magnetize it even more. Hillary, thank you so much for your generosity.
Yeah, it's not that the grass is always greener. It's like, I'm going to manifest my beloved soulmate and everything's going to be bliss. I got to tell you, you might manifest your beloved soulmate and a lot of challenges are going to come up and you're going to learn and grow like crazy by having this person in your life. So sometimes when we have this idea of like, once I have this or this amount of money or this person, then everything is going to be perfect. It's like, no matter what, there will be challenges if you're not with a partner. There will be challenges if you are with a partner. There are challenges, and recognizing, okay, how can I allow these challenges to help me become, like, rise into all that I'm meant to be. And then that energy, that magnetism is there. Sometimes when the partner isn't there yet, there's just a few more things that you need to learn and grow from on your own to be prepared to receive them, and trusting that timing.
Yeah, because if the last relationship we were in was trying to teach us boundaries or not settling or, not losing yourself in the relationship, and then you haven't done your homework, maybe your higher self is like, I don't think you're going to do it. Like the higher self could be like, you're going to do the same exact things all over again. So whether we're learning them being single, whether we're learning these lessons in a relationship, I feel like our higher self has our best interest. But I also believe if your heart truly, truly, truly desires something and it's not happening right now, we can do some clearings to receive it now. But yeah, grass is not greener. I love it. Thank you.
So
Hillary.
excited for that and everything else you'll receive in this beautiful day. Thank you so much, everyone.
Hillary, Luke says, thank you, Hillary and Tarek. We'll do that from now on. Alchemize and love myself and say, I have it now. It's all about alchemy. Beautiful.
Thank you, Tarek. Thank you, Luke. Thank you, everyone.
Can we all send Hillary all the love, all the blessings, all the miracles, all the best prayers and intentions for her as a form of an exchange? She came here and blessed us with 45 minutes. So now let's just reciprocate that with the currency of gratitude, love, appreciation, prayer, and good intentions. Bless, bless, bless. Thank you, thank you, thank you, Hillary. Keep shining, sister.
Thank you. I'm so excited for everything else you're going to receive today and sending so much love to all of you. Thank you so much, Tarek.
And please reach out. You're very welcome, Hillary. Please let us know. Please let Hillary know what starts to shift after this transmission. Just out of curiosity, it would be great to know what these seeds, what fruits will come from these seeds that were planted today. Thanks, Hillary.
Would love to hear. Always love hearing from you.
All right. I'll keep you in the loop.
Thank you.
Much love.
Much love.
Yay. So, wow. Let's all take a deep belly breath. Nirjrini says, thank you, Hillary. And release. Let's take another deep belly breath. And release. Beautiful. All right, let's keep things going. Nirjrini has had spiritual experiences since childhood, feeling closely connected to God and the angel world. She's got a natural ability to understand the unseen and mystical side of life. She studied psychology and philosophy and has been on a spiritual path for almost 30 years. Her wisdom, empathy, intuition, clarity, and seeing beyond the physical world makes it possible for her to get very fast to the root cause. She's facilitating powerful healings and transformation, holding space, using human design, affinity healing, and a variety of other techniques to empower her clients in living their most aligned, happy, and fulfilling lives. fact, after 10 years of not being in aligned relationships, I did some work with Nirjarini early 2 years ago. And within a few months, I had manifested an amazing soulmate after 10 years of not having aligned relationships. So I know it's just super powerful, and so excited to see what you have planned for us, Nirjarini. Thanks for being here. Let's test out the sound real quick, Nirjarini.
Okay, yeah.
Hey, all right, it's all yours. I'm here in the background if you need anything.
Thank you. At some point, if you can allow me to share screen, because I want to put some music.
You got it.
Thank you. Hello, everybody. I'm still floating from this beautiful meditation from Hillary. It was really amazing, amazingly beautiful. Thank you so much. And now I'm going to speak a little bit about relationships and maybe why sometimes it's not happening as we would love it to happen. And then we also will do some beautiful clearings. I will be really focused on getting into our own power, self-love, self-worth, because that's the space from where we connect to the relationships that are really best for us, that are most fulfilling for us. So if we are really truly connected to source, then we are constantly receiving this amazing, beautiful, divine love, happiness. We are connected to our source, and we know that we don't need to take energy from anywhere else. But basically, unless you were born in a Buddha family where Buddha himself was and your parents were that connected, nobody of us experienced that kind of connection from childhood. And as children, we were not getting the possibility to be constantly in this divine connection. So we had to get the attention from somewhere else. And we learned to really get our attention, our energy from outside of us. And later when we grow up, of course, these patterns stay with us, and they come down from ancestors and so forth. And we keep trying to get this love through these patterns which we learned. But then in the end, the relationship will not last because we are constantly fighting for the energy which we take from each other. And the extreme example is like, if we are in a toxic relationship and one person is constantly the victim and the other one is getting angry or abusing, but it's basically the same thing from just the other side of the coin. But where we really want to get is that we get connected directly and being in this constant stream of love and light, like Hillary was bringing us now, where we really feel our heart so strongly and powerfully and feel that love and know who we are and love ourselves. And when we are in that space and we really can give to ourselves that love and we are not needy from outside, then that's basically the space where we attract the people that are really best for us. And then the relationships become so magical because we are not trying to take energy from the other person, but we are really in this constant flow of giving love to each other. And there is no, taking, there's no cords, there's no low energy, no low vibes between the people. So that relationship can really grow in something absolutely beautiful, amazing. At the same time, of course, we are where we are and we learn through our relationships. Even if they're not perfect, it's not a problem at all. That's just where we are at. And so the process I want to do with you today is really taking all our energy back to us to get back into our own energetic blueprint, to be in that energy we were designed to be, and so that we are really free from conditioning, from belief systems, from our ancestors, from anything that can blocking us, that keeps us in these chains where we are stuck subconsciously and cannot move forward. So we will do a little meditation, I can call it, where we really free ourselves from the past, from energetic cords to situations, traumas, experiences, other people, anything that's really not allowing us to be in our highest, most beautiful divine self. That's what we are going to do now. And let's do a little bit of music in the background too. Okay. See if this works.
Speaking of music, stay tuned for Michael Moon's powerful music set coming later on today. Michael Moon, nice to have you here with us, brother.
I don't know if
it's beautiful. Sounds good.
Okay? Sounds
Yeah.
good. Okay. All right. So I invite you to breathe. Breathe in and out. All you have to do now is breathe. Arrive at yourself. Gather your energy inside of you. Let all the questions and doubts of your mind go. And breathe. That's your only task now, to breathe and sit. In your life, you're connected to many people and events. And as a loving, empathic, and thoughtful person, your surroundings, your family, your partner, your friends, your colleagues, all people and surroundings are important to you. You don't want to hurt anyone. On the contrary, so often you try to make it right for others, to please others more than yourself. But you are the only person who is always with you. You are the only person for whom it is really important what decisions you make and what actions you take. And also, you care for others and you take responsibility for others. But those people also have ownership of their own responsibilities in their life. Most people you care so much for, so that you can feel good and that they can feel good, are grown-ups and can make their own decisions. And they are 100% responsible for their own happiness in life. Feel this truth and let it sink into your system. And now feel that to all those people, events, happenings, your job, whatever is in your life, from you are threads going. Some are really big, fat ropes, energetic cords from your energetic centers to them. There's a rope to your child, your wife, your husband, your parents, your grandparents, even to people who don't live anymore, your pets, to your job, to so many people. There are fat, big, energetic ropes. And from some of these old connections, you might receive recognition and attention, but also through these ropes, all their belief systems, their feelings, everything they believe and feel and do every day is transferred to you. And at the same time, your wonderful, valuable life energy that you would need for yourself, for your decisions, is being transferred to the other people, to all the situations, your broken car, your expensive rent, the bills you don't want to pay, to all those situations, your energy flows. To your ailments, diseases, political decisions, quarrels, and so forth. And with you might stay very little energy, and you might ask yourself, why am I so tired? Why do I not have energy to go off for myself and to fight for that part that wants to succeed in life? Now, I would love you to understand, if those permanent ropes are disconnected and you only connect consciously to those who are in your physical vicinity, those who are around you, that you will still be able to connect to everyone you want to. But that this energy that's trapped in these ropes, in these dedicated lines, will be coming back to you. It is your life energy. Dedicated lines which are not needed anymore. In the past, Maybe those connections were needed for your survival, but the time has come to set you free. Therefore, now, I would like to ask you to step into your bravest version, to sit tall, pull back your shoulders, open your heart, activate the warrior inside of you, this courageous version that stands up for yourself. And now we all take a big, strong scissor and we exhale, and with each exhale, we cut one big row after the other, knowing that they are all only dedicated lines. They were constantly taking your energy. And with each exhale, you keep cutting, knowing that in the now moment, you can connect to the people around you. Keep breathing and cut one of those old lines that kept you and your energy trapped. Courageous and with clarity. Feel how with every time you cut a rope, your life energy is coming back to you. Take your energy back. Feel how you start shining and glowing with light more and more. Breathe. Stay in your most courageous version, even if it feels unusual to have so much energy coming back to you. Keep the courage and the love. And with each breath, you keep cutting old ropes. Feel how all the energy is coming back to you and how you can gather your life energy inside of you. Feel how it didn't serve anymore to keep these old dedicated lines. Because only if you are in your full power, you can serve others. Only then can you make a real change in the world. Breathe. Feel the energy coming back to you. Breathe. And when you're done, put down the scissors. Feel how this amazing life energy starts to adjust and rearrange everything inside your body and your energy centers. How everything shines and glows even much more than before. Feel how your heart opens. If we are not constantly occupied with these dedicated lines, you got the opportunity to deeply connect to the people who are now with you. And you stop expecting the same from people who've known forever. Without those dedicated lines that kept you, you can see life and the people around you with a new perspective. To set aside your old pigeonholes and belief systems, trapped emotions, and so forth. You can see the beauty of the other in the here and now. You're open, you have energy, and you're ready. Ready to be free and to go into the most amazing life. Sit up straight in your most courageous and luminous version of yourself. You are worthy to take back all your power and to use it for yourself. You're worthy to reverse everything and to use it for you and your most amazing life. You can allow yourself all that you desire. And all the scars, all the hurt, all that you went through gives you permission to show yourself, to be seen now in your full power, glowing and beaming with light. All your scars and experiences make you so beautiful. And only when you have cut all those ropes, those dedicated lines, when you stop feeding of all the old stories and victimhood, when you stop thinking, I'm too tall, I'm too small, I'm too fat, I'm too skinny, I'm too stupid, I'm not worthy, whatever it is, only when all these stories have been cut, that stole your beautiful energy, then you can be in your most beautiful version. You are so powerful, leaving all that behind, more powerful than you can imagine. Today, and regardless of how you look, what you have done, what happened, whatever your bank account looks like, whatever your relationships are, you can change it now. You are free from the past. You are free from these dedicated lines that kept you giving old, outdated energy. You're free. And once more, sit up tall. Be in your most courageous, luminous, shining, loving version of yourself. And on a soul's level, on an energetic level. You always have been, and you always are most beautiful. And you are here right now because you are needed. You were designed perfectly, exactly in your energy, the way you need to be here to take part in this cosmic game. All is planned and all is guided. Sit tall and breathe. Stay in your highest version and stay in your power, in your energy, where you can make loving, uncompromising, and clear decisions. And know if you make loving, uncompromising, and clear decisions, it is the right thing for everyone around you as well. Sit tall, breathe, and get ready for the chaos and smile. You might not understand right now, maybe not tomorrow, but at the right time, you will look backwards and understand that everything was perfectly right. Everything was and is exactly perfect as you are. Take both your hands on your heart. Feel the love in your heart. And the love for yourself and all your life experiences. And allow this love to grow inside of you, bigger and bigger. Feel this energy circulating inside of you, this beautiful love from your heart. And know that you don't need anyone to appreciate you. You don't need anyone to give you attention. This unconditional love is inside of you. And when you feel so connected to your fountain of love from within that lets you smile magically at the right time, the right people with the right impetus will be with you, who will give you a helping hand, who will smile at you, and who might fall in love with you. You're absolutely perfect. Your energetic blueprint is absolutely perfect. Let this beautiful feeling from your heart grow bigger and bigger, and allow it to flow through your entire being. And while your energy, your life energy, your creative energy, your love, and your light is growing bigger and bigger and bigger, you are arriving with all your parts and all your aspects back in the here and now. Know that you're always loved, that you have the fountain of love, the eternal fountain of love inside of you. You're powerful, you're beautiful, and you are light. There's no limitations that can stop you from achieving your dreams, your heart's dreams. All the limitations are gone by cutting the cords to old belief systems. Everything is done. Imagine your limitlessness. All the possibilities are waiting for you. And whenever you're ready, you can open your eyes.
Things my family did. I am not the voices in my head. I am not the pieces of the brokenness inside. I am light. I am light. I am light. I am light. I am light, I am light. I am light, I am light. I'm not the mistakes that I have made, or any of the things that caused me pain. I am not the pieces of the dream I left behind. I am light. I am light. I am light. I am light.
Beautiful, beautiful. Thank you, Nirjarini.
You're welcome.
What a beautiful journey. Thank you so much. Please, guys, let us know how that was for you. I felt like you took us on a beautiful journey. The words are very powerful and activating. And yeah, I feel it was light, relaxing, it was nurturing. How was it for you, Nurjarini?
Yeah, freeing, to really leave the past behind us, like holding us in certain situations that keeps us stuck, really letting it all go and coming into
Beautiful.
the present moment from where we can move forward now free. Like,
Luke says, thank you. Michael Moon says, beautiful. Thank you. I needed that. And it was Michael Moon's birthday a few days ago. So Shannon says, yeah, there's 3 emojis there. A lot of love and gratitude. Luke says, so beautiful, Nirjarini. It felt grounded and gentle, like working in the background. Aw, beautiful. Nirjarini, is there anything you'd like to share before you conclude today? You've blessed us with your time, energy, intentions, this beautiful journey back to self-love, letting go of the past. How can folks keep in touch with you, and what do you have coming up?
okay, so maybe I like to share this picture, maybe like I love music. So when we hear the most beautiful celestial music, we are coming all together in one, but everybody stays in their power and plays their own instrument. It's perfectly tuned. And I feel to connect on a high level or to get into beautiful relationships, it's important that we stay in our own energy and keep our own instrument really perfect, in a perfect attunement, in a perfect vibration. So why the relationships don't last is because, let's say we play the piano and our partner plays the violin, but we try to we want to be louder, or we want to kind of play their instrument, and then they try to play our instrument, and then the energy is not flowing perfectly.
Yeah.
If we all focus on playing our own instrument perfectly, being so in tune, because we have been given a special energetic blueprint, we have been given a special task, everybody. So if we really are in our power, if we let go of those ropes, of those connections, the influences, the conditioning from the outside, and play perfectly, then the most beautiful music can play. And I think that's basically, yeah, it applies to relationships, whether we are all playing as a big symphony orchestra together and this amazing music plays in a group, everybody still has to play their instrument, or if it's like a relationship between 2 people, everybody, yeah, we have a certain task, we have our energetic blueprint, and the more we are in tune with that, we can play better together with the others.
I love
And
it.
yeah, so focusing on really what's mine, what I'm here to do, and doing that better and better, we get better relationships.
Yeah, because like a drum is going to be a different frequency to a piano key, but you can find a way to have a strong drum sound be in harmony and resonance with like a light piano key, right?
Yeah, I mean, everybody has to be in tune with their, yeah. But if we try to
Instrument.
be louder, or we want to be always right, or whatever it is, it's just not
Overpower it,
going to
yeah.
sound harmonious.
Yeah. Spoken like a true Libra, how can we all find the balance and harmony amongst all the instruments of the divine out there? Beautiful. Nirjarini, what's the best way for folks to keep in touch with you, and how are you supporting people?
So, well, we can Instagram. They can reach me via Instagram, or I can also put my WhatsApp. Just
Maybe just put in the chat, Nirjarini. Nirjarini will just put it in the chat, but you can obviously email her. She's also on our team at abundance@tarekpb.com. abundance@tarekpb.com. And
Sorry.
No problem. I was just telling them where they can reach you at abundance@tarekbibi.com. And we do our monthly group healing every single month. There's a distance healing. There's a live group healing every month. Luke's in it. Yeah, some people here are in it. So that's going to help you with abundance and all sorts of extra things that we do. So if you need some extra support, reach out to us, tarekbibi.com. We're also got a live infinity healing training coming up. Nirjini does amazing human design work. We're going to do a human design workshop soon, and incorporates infinity healing into that as well.
Yeah, and human design really can help us to understand our energetic blueprint, how we function energetically best, and align us really with the big higher whole, so that we can dance and play with the universe and really achieve our goals.
Yeah, beautiful. You're so poetic, Nirjini. Well, let's all thank Nirjini for being here and blessing us with her time and energy. Send her prayer, intentions, gratitude, love, appreciation. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Appreciate you. Keep shining. And Diana says, thank you. That was beautiful. Luke says the music at the end was so beautiful. Reminded me of my friend Josh and his struggles. Wow. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. All right. Hope you can stick around with us, Nirjini. We'd love to have you with us. And our next speaker. Do I need to read my own bio? Okay, I'll just improvise it. So I've been, I've been on this planet for 40 years now, feeling like a starseed, feeling like I don't fit in, feeling like I'm here to help people, strengthen my connection to Source God, help people heal. And I do that through music. I've got 5 albums out there with healing encoded into a lot of the songs. I might play a video right now to get things started. And I've been helping people for the last 13 years heal their traumas. You know, I've been through a lot growing up, a lot of hardships. I've been told I was dumb and stupid and a failure pretty much my whole life. School did not make me feel confident in myself. I felt lesser than everyone else. I felt like I was the lowest of the low. And although I had that growing up, I still found a way to reach out to those that I felt have wronged me, and I have forgiven them, which was the hardest thing I ever had to do, is confront that. And through that, forgiving myself, and out of frustration of trying to get healing and the results I was looking for in my life, I birthed the infinity healing process, which is being voted as the #1 healing modality out there by several veterans of the healing world. So this is women and men who've done all sorts of healing modalities, who've been around since the 60s and before that, and have tried everything or a lot of things out there, and still find that the infinity healing modality gives them the results a lot faster, easier, more powerful. And it's been a blessing. It's been changing my life. It's been changing the lives of those who take the training. Heads up, if you resonate with this, we will be teaching it live end of March, 2-day live training, but you can also get the 2 days as soon as you go to tarekbibi.com for the modality. I want to share with you guys this beautiful image behind me, Sacred Union. It just, I chose this image because I feel like it starts within, you know, the masculine within, the feminine within, and having the union of our divine masculine and feminine within. And then once there's union within ourselves, to then find that union outside of ourselves in many different relationships, including a beloved. So forgiveness is the core of the work that I do. We'll be integrating it today. I've helped people manifest their soulmates, dream jobs. They've went from being not making a lot of money to making 8,000, 10,000, 30,000. I've had people manifest 50, 75,000 in a few months, from a job that they don't love, where they don't feel seen, appreciated, to jobs where they are being seen and appreciated, or jobs that are more in alignment with what they're here to be and do. And everything I've done, I've been passing it forward. When I forgave and took my power back, I've been blessing that forward. When I found my purpose as a healer and as a musician, I've been helping others do that. When I've hit 6 figures for my gifts and abilities, I've been blessing that forward. When I figure out how we can break free and experience infinite freedom, empowerment, and sovereignty on all levels, I will bless that forward. So what we're going to do today is a whole bunch of infinity healing activations. And all you need to do is say yes to receive those activations. When you say yes, you allow source, God, universe, whatever word you resonate with, to do infinite things for you so that you can be your infinite self. This includes letting go of limiting beliefs, fears, emotions, root traumas, childhood experiences, things from mom, dad, or ancestral lineage or past lives, contracts, agreements, vows, whatever's in the way of us getting the result that we want. If we're here now and we want to manifest a soulmate, and there are all these things blocking it, the infinity healing clears it so that that can happen. If you're here and you desire to live a purposeful living, sharing your healing abilities and gifts and talents, and there's all these blocks, the infinity healing clears it. Now you're in alignment with that reality. Same thing with financial abundance and other things. So I'll get us started by playing a song. Let me know if you guys can hear this okay. It's important that you hear it. And I downloaded it on my computer so that it will be playing in real time, because I remember doing it last time. And share sound. Let's see if this works. Song's called The Goddess Anthem. Please enjoy. And feel free to get up and move and change the energy.
It's Indigo Prophet. I'm so sick of this nonsense. It's that real hip hop. For all you gods and goddesses, I wish upon you, cause you're the brightest star, shining bright at night, illuminate the skies. A goddess in disguise, but we barely recognize. All we see are scars and we believed in all those lies. But how long do we climb? Falling every time. Gotta get back up, cause now it's time to shine. Now it's time to rise. Now we realize. Open up your eyes, you are the spark of the divine. Has anyone ever told you that you're a miracle? Let go of the old you, become more mystical. A body in the spiritual, you are magical. An old soul who's been here many times before. A portal to heaven's door, truth that we ignored. It's known but never told, what are we holding back for? Break through all the glass doors, I know we feel like actors, but be yourself and send fear running through the back door. Say I am a god, I am a god. Say I am a goddess, I am a goddess. Say I am a god, I am a god. Say I am a goddess, I am a goddess. Say I am a god, I am a god. Say I am a goddess, I am a goddess. Say I am a god, I am a god. Say I am a goddess, I am a goddess. I am resilient, I am so brilliant. Spirit is insisting to keep me uplifted. I am so bliss-filled, I am so gifted. Let go of resistance, don't get it twisted. I know who I am, I've come from afar, away galaxy, and I've come to play my part. In sync in harmony, like the strum of a guitar. Another part of me, we are one and not apart. Life is a movie and you're the star actor. You are the master, write a new chapter, fill it with laughter. No need for plasters, let your wounds breathe and they will heal faster. Trying to make sense of all of this nonsense. My heart is my guide, intuition my compass. Take a look around, see angels among us. We are infinite, so nothing can stop us. I am a god, I am a god. Say I am a goddess, I am a goddess. Say I am a god, I am a god. Say I am a goddess, I am a goddess. Say I am a god, I am a god. Say I am a goddess, I am a god. Say I am a god, I am a god. Say I am a goddess, I am a goddess. That shines so bright from the inside through your eyes. Say I am a god, I am a god. Say I am a goddess, I am a
Shout outs to all the gods and goddesses. I was just wondering if you guys heard that okay or saw it okay. Usually when we play videos, there's a lag or people don't hear it okay. Please let me know how that was. I'm curious to know. And yeah, shout outs to beautiful Salt Spring Island, south of Vancouver in Canada. One of my favorite places on earth. And to all the gods and goddesses that help make that happen. And that just has a powerful goddess activation. So activating the divine feminine. The video was a little lag. Thanks, Luke. Yeah, usually is. And stay tuned. So that was the divine feminine activation in that song. I don't know if you guys felt the tingles, but I did. And very soon we'll be releasing the divine masculine, a track that we've written. It's going to be beautiful. So let's get into some activations, guys. I invite you to raise your energy, raise your frequency and vibration. Maybe do a little stretch. Take a deep conscious belly breath. Hold it. And release. Hold it. And breathe it in. And release. Beautiful. All right, what I channeled for the group today is a few different activations. Oh, Michael Moon, sounded clear, bit loud in comparison. Video was sticking. Okay, so just lower the volume a little next time and try to figure out how to streamline it. Okay, so get into a receptive state. If that's you lying down, sitting comfortably, whatever it is. And every time you say yes, you're allowing Source, God, Universe to do infinite things for you to help you get the results that you want. So starting now, would you like an infinity healing to clear anything and everything interfering with you being able to receive and release all that is best? If you like that, just say yes. If there's anything stopping you from anything getting in the way, resisting, sabotaging, interfering with today's session, would you like an infinity healing to clear that? Set it aside now, throughout the session, and even after. To clear it and to show it from the highest perspective, what's actually going on. Would you like that? Beautiful. And would you like your higher self to choose the perfect energies and beings that are for your highest good in accordance with your higher self to be present right now? Yes. And do you give permission to the energies and beings that your higher self has chosen to do everything they know to do that is for your highest good starting now? Yes. So starting now, would you like an infinity healing to ask for what you want? To easily ask for what you want, to feel safe to ask for what you want, and to know what it is you want. Yes. Would you like an infinity healing to heal the wounds of it's not safe to ask for what you want? What's the point? You'll always be let down. You can't trust. People won't follow through. You can't be provided for. You have to do everything yourself. All those wounds that a lot of us carry, especially women. Would you like to clear that? And would you like an infinity healing to show how you can be held by the masculine in inner and external, how you can be supported by the masculine, how you can rely, depend on, how you can ask for, supported by all of that? Would you like that? To trust, to receive, to appreciate, to value, to heal, balance, integrate both the divine masculine and feminine. Would you like that? Okay, would you like an infinity healing to receive what it is you are desiring, all your heart's desires, to receive them with infinite ease and grace and in massive abundance? Would you like an infinity healing to have self-love be your new default setting that you do everything from a place of, if I love myself infinitely, how would I handle each situation? What is my being needing from me in this moment? And loving yourself enough to give yourself what you're desiring. Best life, best relationships, higher standards. Loving yourself enough to take action on what matters to you. Would you like that? Beautiful. And would you like an infinity healing to clear the fear of being alone, fear of never finding the right partner, fear of dying alone, fearing of not having the support of your soul family, fear of not connecting with your soul tribe and soulmates? Would you like to clear all of that? Clear anywhere where we're hiding, clear anywhere where we're isolating ourselves, afraid to be seen, afraid to be heard, afraid to stand out, stick out. Would you like that? Beautiful. Calling in that soul family, soulmate, soul tribe, where you can be your fullest and it'll be embraced and appreciated. Would you like that? And to know what cords need to be released, what hooks need to be released, what past experiences need to be released, what past relationships need to be released or shifted, which ones need some stronger, healthier boundaries. Would you like to strengthen your healthy boundaries when needed and show your mind and ego that it doesn't need to create the great big wall of China like I do? They can have a healthy boundary. And I remember someone explaining it, that there's a wall around the heart, and it's a malleable wall. It's a breathable wall. Cells can still come in and out, blood in and out, oxygen in and out. I might be mistaken some of the science behind that, but the point is it's malleable, it's breathable. So learning how to have those type of healthy boundaries. Would you like that? Anyone else here messes with the big wall? When you want to create a big boundary, people are like, whoa, what happened? I can't get through to you. Okay, would you like an infinity healing to clear the addiction to love, being addicted to love, right? For all those who know the 90s, 80s song, might as well face it, you're addicted to love. And if you listen to the words, closer to the truth, can't get enough, you know. So they're saying there's this different kind of love where it's literally just a chemical addiction and you think you're in love with that person. So would you like an infinity healing to really know what love is? Another 80s song, I want to know what love is. So what I love about the first song, Addicted to Love, is it was beautifully depicted in this movie called, what was it? Down the Rabbit Hole. It was like a metaphysical documentary. Some of you might have seen it. Down the Rabbit Hole. Okay, I'm coming back to the moment. So would you like an infinity healing to learn how to love yourself unconditionally, know what you're desiring in a relationship, and to go after what you desire, to not settle, to not compromise, to stick to what you know is true, and take the time. What are the lessons from the past? What do I need to change? Who do I need to be? Would you like an infinity healing for that? Getting clear on the qualities you are desiring. So for home play, I would say write down a list of qualities you're desiring in a relationship. What are your non-negotiables? As you know, asking that question has been a game changer for me. So if someone doesn't communicate in a relationship, that's a non-negotiable for me. Sorry, can't be together. I need someone who knows how to communicate. Hey, when this happened, this came up. What we can't have in a relationship is a quiet ticking time bomb. Me or the other person. Communication needs to be open. What are your non-negotiables? A lot of women say, I want a man who knows what their purpose is. It's a non-negotiable, that they're going after living their dream. They're going after what matters to them the most. What are the qualities you're looking for? When I'm with this person, I feel ... I feel loved, supported, held, safe, calm, excited, inspired. Beautiful. Would you like an infinity healing to be mindful and conscious and aware of who you're surrounding yourself with? To select those people that have a positive impact on your life, who add value to your life, and let go of the ones that are constantly draining, constantly blaming, constantly energy dumping, energy vampiring. Would you like that? Some of the hacks that I've found is knowing your love language. So definitely, figure out what your love language is. What's the most dominant love language for you? Is it touch? When someone hugs you or touches you, do you feel the most love that way? Is it words? When someone says, I really appreciate you being in my life, you're a sweetheart, whatever it is. Do words help you feel most loved? Is it gifts? Some people, my parents, their love language is gifts. So know your love language, most potent one, and know what those that you're in relationship with, know what their love language is. That way you can make sure they're feeling loved in the way that's best for them, and that you're asking for it in the way that's best for you. So I don't like spending quality time. I like just being impulsive and spontaneous. But I know that's my older brother's love language. So I'll make sure I'm intentionally spending quality time with him. I know gifts is the lowest one for me, but I know it's my parents' number one. So I'll make sure to send them gifts whenever I can. And for those touch and words, I make sure to do that. And I make sure I receive it myself as well. From myself, from my soul tribe, and from my relationships. So which ones did I miss? So spending quality time, and then gifts, and then words of affirmations. So growing up, I didn't know how to read if my dad loved me or not, but I realized later on, he loved me so much. He was a provider, and his love language was acts of service. So whenever he felt bad about things, whenever he was trying to show his love, it was always action oriented. It was like, I'll make you a meal. I'll take you guys on a vacation. I'll create a nice weekend trip, whatever. It was always like doing things for us. So it really healed my relationship with my family. And it's the ultimate hack. So feel free to look into that. And then the next hack we have is astrology, which one of our guests today, Michael Moon, is an astrologer. The way I use astrology, first of all, there's this really cool app called Pattern, and you can get your chart on that app, and you can add someone else on the pattern, and it tells you where you guys, how you guys can be friends or in relationship as well. So for me, the areas like Venus is really important, how you love. My Venus is in Aquarius. So, for some of my past relationships, it came across a little like overly independent. Like, I don't need anything, I'm good. And like if your Venus is in Cancer, for example, it's like the divine mother, so loving, it wants to nurture. Moons are important. If your my moon is in Pisces, so to know emotionally when I'm emotionally triggered, so sensitive, so just feeling everything, and sometimes I need to just retreat a little bit to figure out what's going emotionally. Earth sign moons like Taurus, Virgo, Capricorn is also beneficial because it's like very grounded emotionally. And fire moons can be challenging. They're just like Or they could be a gift. Like the positive of a fire sign moon is like quick to forgive and forget. All right, that happened, done, moving on. Whereas maybe like a water sign will hold on to it a lot longer. So know each other's moons, know your sun signs, find out how, things that are compatible. Generally, we're not going to follow that as a religion, but as a guidance system, showing us what is easy. Luke says, my Venus is in Gemini, 12th house, and moon in Aquarius, 8th house, Cancer, sun, 1st house. Beautiful. Love it. I'm still learning about the houses. Okay. So that's my second hack, guys, is figure out a little bit more about your astrology. Maybe we'll do a workshop with Michael Moon in the future, or human design with Nirjarini, and that's going to help us as well. Next. Okay. No, wait. Okay. One of the most powerful hacks I've ever experienced is to know what your needs are. The biggest challenge, we used to live in communities, guys. We used to have a tribe of women, tribe of men coming together. The women do their women's circles, men do men's circles. We come together, we eat together. And the woman is held by the whole women's circle, as well as the whole community. The man is held by the men's circle, as well as the community. And now society's telling us that we need to just find a partner and go into an apartment somewhere. And now, we're wanting the partner to be everything for us and give us all our needs. So it's not sustainable that way. I really feel it's important to get clear. What are my needs? I need touch. I need intimacy. I need connection. I need peace and quiet sometimes. I need adventure and wildness sometimes. I need time with my spiritual stuff, with my work. I need space. I need depth. I need mental stimulation. Like, know what your needs are and make sure you're getting those needs met from yourself and from your soul community and from your partner. That way it's dispersed. So not all the pressure is on one person to be everything for you, which is impossible. So that is a powerful hack. And that way you don't create codependency. So would you like an infinity healing to break free from codependency and from trauma bonding? A lot of times we're in relationships thinking we're in love, but we're just codependent and we're just trauma bonding. I love you, you love me. We're projecting mom and dad onto each other for our inner child to feel what it needs to feel. So would you like to break out of that and be your divine, be your mom to your inner child, be your father to your inner child, feel whole and complete moving into these relationships? It's okay. It's okay to, obviously, we're not here to do it solo, but it's also, we want to do it in an empowered way. Would you like that? One of the biggest hacks I've learned that I've been teaching my clients for 13 years now is when things come up, what to do. So most people go, I got afraid. Not a true statement. Your mind or your ego or your inner child felt afraid. As the parent to your inner child, it's my inner child right there, Tarua. I'm responsible to go, hey, little guy, what came up for you? And then my little guy could say, oh, I felt like I didn't fit in. I was scared that I'll be around all these people and not fit in and just feel rejection. And then, so I'm creating safe space for my inner child to share his concerns. So step one, share the feeling. I felt insecure, afraid, rejected. Perfect. Now, if you're taking care of your inner child, you can then say, I hear you. And then you could say the truth. Hey, I want you to know that maybe in the past you felt rejected and unwanted. Right now, these people are like your soul tribe, and that's going to be okay. And no matter what happens, I have your back. So the worst thing that can happen is we go home and I'll just cuddle you all night and watch a movie and whatever you want. So responding to the trigger, responding to the wounds that come up is a piece that's missing with a lot of people. They stop at something came up and it's like no one's there, no one's following through. People rarely are following through, or not a lot of people are following through and nurturing the inner child's wounds. The other thing I would say in relationships, whether you're in one or we're constantly in relationships anyways, is expressing vulnerability and transparency. I've been getting really good at this. So when things come up, you can always kind of deal with it yourself. If you feel like it's still lingering and it's still there and it's there's an invitation to confront the person, then the invitation would be like, hey, Nirjarini, this thing came up when we were talking last time. I say Nirjarini because me and her talk, and she's seen me go through, being a hot-headed Aries snapping to sharing the vulnerability underneath what's going on. So, hey, is it okay if I share what came up for me? So you're asking for consent, step one. And if the other person says, you don't want to do it at a time where you're about to explode on the person, you want to do it at a time where you're in that vulnerable place. You've allowed yourself to sink into, under the anger and rage, there's probably sadness and hurt. So, hey, I just felt hurt when I said that and you didn't respond. I felt hurt, I felt sad, I felt rejected. So you're leading by sharing vulnerability. And then you let them know what you're needing. And I just want to be heard. A lot of people are not good at this. A lot of people are not good at just hearing and validating your emotions. Sometimes it's really simple. And sometimes we go back and forth. I used to do this a lot because no one's getting what they want. So when someone's leading and initiating, you can ask them, how can I support you? The worst thing you can do is make it about yourself and bring your triggers in that moment. And I've done that in the past. So I'm holding my inner child, so I've got you. How can I support you? You're approaching me in this moment. Is it enough? You just want me to hear you? You want me to validate your emotions? Sometimes all we're looking for is, hey, I hear you. I hear that. And then you could repeat it too. I hear that you're saying you didn't feel heard in that moment. Is there anything you'd like from me? So very simple. And a lot of the masculine in us wants to solve the problem. The wounded ego in us wants to share, hey, you didn't feel heard. You didn't feel heard. I didn't feel heard. You think you didn't feel heard? So then no one's being heard. That's the worst case scenario. We don't want that. So, and some people, you want to kind of teach them how to do that. Hey, all I'm needing, sometimes I'll give them the hack. All I'm needing, I remember once being with my parents, I'm like, I shot a new music video. Michael Moon was the one we did when we did Imagine the Rap Remix. I was like, hey guys, look, I did this new music video. And they were like, I was like, guys, this is where you say, good job, son. So sometimes, hey, I just want to hear you say something like, I hear you. Those emotions are valid. That's what I'm wanting. So you can ask for what you want and you can tell people what you don't want. Like with women, I highly recommend getting clear. When you're sharing something, you can preface it by saying, I don't need you to fix this. I don't need you to solve this. I just want you to hear me. And then you can share it, and then we'll just go. It's very counterintuitive. We're fixers, but we can just go, I hear you, right? So that's another hack I found that really helps in relationships. Please let me know how you guys find these hacks. Okay, I think that's it. So we're going to conclude by saying, Source, God, universe, please connect to us, clear anything and everything interfering with us being able to experience all our heart's desires. Help us manifest our ultimate sacred union from within, self-love as a default, filling our cup as a default, knowing what our needs are, getting these needs met from within, from without, all levels. Powerfully manifest into our lives our ultimate soulmate, our ultimate life partner, if that's what you're desiring, our ultimate soul family, ultimate relationships that are perfect for us on all levels. We're perfect for them on all levels, and start a process to clear some of the things that are blocking this from happening right now. Bringing our inner child into our sacred heart space so that with every heartbeat, our inner child feels all that he or she desires on all levels. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And so it is. All right, guys, that's it for now. That was a little sampler of what we would normally do. Like I said before, we've got 13 healing programs. We've got infinity healing trainings. We've got mentorship, helping healers hit 6 figures and beyond. So much going on. You can check out all that info at tarekbibi.com. And in the email sequence, we're going to give you guys a very special offer for our Love in 5D program. Everything you can imagine in a relationship healing program, whether you're in a relationship, want to take it to the next levels, or whether you're calling in your soulmate and soul family. It covers all relationships with self, spirit, guides, angels, inner child, parents, ancestors, the masculine, the feminine, spirit, the physical, soulmates, all of that. And we do a lot of trauma healing and boundaries, and we just packed it with tons and tons of healings. It's called Love in 5D. It's one of the programs on my website. And if you guys signed up to this in the email sequence, we're going to share that with you guys at a very special offer. And I highly recommend going through that program. It's helped me manifest my soulmate, soulmates, and we're offering it to you at a special rate. So you can always just go. You've done that? Yeah, Luke, you've done the Love in 5D program. Yeah, I'm glad. All right, let's see if our next guest is here. Boom, 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 boom. Oh my God, she's in the waiting room. I was trying to set it up so I don't have to like manually let everyone come in. But our next guest is also a fire sign. So we've had Hillary, fire sign, Leo, Nirjarini, beautiful Libra to balance us out. The opposite of Libra, we've got me as an Aries, the initiator. We've got beautiful Kareen, our next guest, who is also Leo. And by the way, it was a Leo moon. It was a Leo moon. So if you're finding yourself getting yourself out there more, there's a reason for that. Our next guest, Kareen Srujian, is a soul alignment coach, healer, teacher, inspirational speaker, and songstress. Kareen empowers highly sensitive people, spiritual seekers, and light workers to break free of inner blocks, step into their power so they can activate their highest timeline, awaken their magic, and come into alignment with their soul's divine path. Her signature Awaken Your Magic method helps clients and students transform, find joy, and be more abundant through powerful healing techniques like multidimensional shadow work, energy work, kundalini yoga, breath work, tantra, light language, play, meditation, and more. Kareen currently works with clients through her Awaken Your Magic coaching and healing alchemy academy, and within the corporate and educational spaces with clients like Google, Stantec, Dropbox, Vimeo, Youth Wellness Network, and more. Just transformed my life when I worked with her, when I started doing my Kundalini yoga, raising my frequency and vibration. Super game changer. Please send all the love and energy and gratitude to our guest, Kareen Srujian. Kareen, thanks for being here. Feel free to unmute. You look great.
Thanks for having me. Thank you. Thank you.
Welcome.
I never wear lipstick. Take to wear lipstick.
Yes. A lot of red. I love it. Is that the Valentine color?
Yeah, and I got hearts on my shirt too.
Oh, of course you do.
All over.
Adorable. I love it. You look great. Thank you for blessing us with and rose quartz. What else you got?
Of course. All hearts everywhere. Really embodying the love frequency today.
Yes, I love it. Well, thanks for celebrating with us on this very special day. How are you feeling? Yeah, what do you got in store for us? I'll be here in the background supporting if you need anything.
Very cool. Yeah, I think I will need to just share. If you can give me sharing rights, I'd love to share the music. Oh, I think I already have. Okay, perfect. That's perfect.
You got it.
I got it. I think when I tuned in and you invited me to do this, I tuned in, I said, what do I really want to share? And I think on this day, whether you are single or in a partnership, really focusing on making this day an intimate connection with self before you even connect with another. I think we often forget and we get so lost in our desire for a relationship outside of ourselves or desire within our current partnerships that we forget that intimacy and love and love days like this kind of amplify the frequency of that too, are about intimacy with self, with connection and deep tantric connection with self. And intimacy is all about into me, I see, right? That's literally what intimacy means. And we can only go so deep in our external relationships and our external partnerships if we can go deep into our relationship with ourselves. So when I was single, I spent several years after my separation and divorce, after 17 years of being in a partnership. I took a long time to really understand this, to really be able to date myself and woo myself. I would buy myself flowers, and I went through a phase of like loneliness and wanting so desperately, almost like needing to be in partnership for a long time, because I was in partnership for so long. I didn't even know how to be with myself and on my own. And so this applies again within partnerships too. I felt like even within my marriage and within my relationships, there were times I just felt alone. I felt disconnected to myself, disconnected to him, and it didn't help the relationship. So for me, it's been this journey of really learning to remember who I am, step into my power, develop this really deep, intimate tantric connection and love connection with myself, and become my own lover, become my own beloved on all levels, on all levels. I think it's been years of this journey of learning how to hold myself through pain, through the darkest of times, through challenges, through massive death cycles in my life. And it's like, how do I hold myself through those moments and love myself through those moments? Like, raise your hand. You know, how easy is it to love ourselves when we're having a good day, when we're killing it, we're doing well in our business, in our work, we're doing well in our relationships, things are going well, you slept well, you look good. It's easy to love ourselves during those times, right? Who feels that? Like, it's so easy to love yourself when you're doing well and everything's going according to your expectations and your plans. But how hard is it to love yourself and to hold yourself and to have that intimate connection with self when you're not, when you're going through darkness, when you're going through death, when you've made a quote unquote mistake, you've had an emotional reaction when you should not have, right? Somebody triggers you and you're doing all this work and you're being conscious and then you have an outburst. Can you love yourself through those moments? Can you love yourself through those times when the shadows come out, right? When they come to the surface? And it's the hardest thing to do, right? It's the hardest thing to do. So today I really wanted to take you guys through a journey on this journey to connect with self, to become really intimate with your deepest desires, and really bring that up and amplify it through your sexual energy. So sexual energy is extremely potent. It's the energy of creativity. It's the energy of that you can use to alchemize your desires, to make yourself more magnetic and radiant to opportunities, abundance, love, health, right? So the more orgasmic you are and the more you use your sexual energy in a potent and powerful way, and not in a toxic way, in a powerful, you know how to move the energy and alchemize that energy, you can actually amplify your desires and call in lovers and partners, call in abundance and money and prosperity. So I really want us to do this orgasmic visioning meditation that I'm going to just channel for you. Let's see what comes out. There might be some light language that comes out as well. If you are open to it, you can say, I'm open to receive the light language activation that comes through. And then I'd like to take you guys through a sacred vow ritual. So years ago, when I left my marriage, I decided to say I do to myself. So I actually did a full ritual. I wore my prettiest red dress. I felt very sexy, like a goddess that night. And I created an altar for myself. I did a little blessing, a prayer, and I wrote a vow to myself. I wrote a vow to honor myself. And I said, I married myself. So I decided to make, whether you're in a relationship or not, it's really important to make that commitment and that, honor that devotion to yourself and marry yourself and say, I do, and make a commitment to yourself and your inner child. So we're going to do a little sacred vow ritual together, similar to what I did years ago when I blessed myself with that ritual. And then we'll finish off with a beautiful sensual dance to really get the body moving, get the sensual energy moving, and amplify your desires even further. And I'm here for questions. Anything that comes up, please let me know. Juicy, yes, it's gonna be very juicy. So I invite you all to gently close the windows of your eyes if that feels safe for you. If it doesn't, you can find a focal point in front of you and focus your gaze on that point, that drishti. And just consciously slowing down your breath. Taking a deep inhale in through the nose. Holding the breath for a moment, I want you to squeeze your root lock, your mula bandha, anus muscle, sex organs, the lower belly, pull the energy up and in feeling the energy pulling all the way up through your central column, all the way to the top of your crown. And then exhale as you move the energy back down. Sigh it out, sigh it out, sigh it out. I'm going to do this 2 more times. Deep inhale through the nose. Hold the breath. Pull the energy up and in. Anus muscles, sex organs, lower belly. And feel the energy moving up. Roll your eyes up to the third eye as you hold your breath. Tongue touches the roof of the mouth, circulating the energy, creating that microcosmic orbit. Exhale out through the mouth. Make a sound, let it all out. Deep inhale through the nose, deepest inhale you've taken today. Allow that prana, invite that life force to nourish every cell of your body. Hold the breath. Look up, tongue touches the roof of the mouth, pull the energy up and in. Feel that sexual energy coming up from the base of your spine, all the way up through your column of light, all the way up and out through the top of your crown. And as you exhale and release, bring the energy down through your central column, all the way back down. Now you might feel some tingling, some shaking. Just notice, become aware of what you feel. You might not be feeling anything, and that's also okay. Honoring where you're at, accepting everything that you're sensing in this moment. Being so in tune with yourself, in tune with your energy and your body. Continuing to breathe long and deep in and out through your nose. With every inhale, bringing in that life force energy, that chi, that prana. Receiving, receiving, receiving. And then as you exhale, letting go, softening, surrendering into love. That apana, giving and receiving, embracing both polarities within you, knowing that you are just as worthy to receive as you are to give. And honor that balance within your space. And for a moment, I want you to picture this triangle or pyramid right at the top of your crown. And as you imagine, envision, feel, sense this triangle or pyramid on top of your crown, I want you to start imagining everything that you desire. It could be more love in your life, be healing, could be more money, a partner, your divine, your most compatible divine life partner that you want to build a life with. Could be friendships, could be health, house on the beach somewhere, whatever it is, more orgasms. The world's your oyster. So in this moment, in this triangle, in this pyramid, everything is possible. There are no beliefs, no self-doubts, no insecurities holding you back from envisioning everything that you have ever desired. And just take a moment here to really see. And not only see, but to witness. And not only witness, but to feel, to sense with all your senses. And this is what Tantra is, feeling everything with all your senses. If it's a partner you're calling in, feel that partner kissing you. Feel them touching. Hear them laughing, smiling, see them smiling. If it's money you're wanting, see the money in your bank account, hold it in your hands, feel it, smell it. Watch the amount go up. Use your senses to feel this vision of what you're calling in. And as you're envisioning, I am really feeling the call to do some light language amplification of your visioning. And if you are open, you can say, I am open. If not, that's okay. Honor how you feel and what you're ready to receive. Clearing away the heart blockages, preventing you from calling in what you're desiring, believing that you are worthy of whatever it is that you're calling in, believing that it is possible. Amplifying that vision, feeling, sensing with all your senses. It is not too much. You are not asking for too much, Spirit says. You can have it all that your heart desires, all that's in your highest and best, all that's in alignment with your soul. And you are capable. You are capable and you are worthy. Breathing long and deep as you hone in on these visions, on these desires. And I want you to envision this beautiful ball of light around your visions, around this triangle. And bringing that ball of energy with all of your juicy, delicious desires all the way down through your body, all the way down through your sacral, almost like you're giving birth to it and giving it to the earth, allowing it to ground in your desires, ground in your intentions, grounded into the 3D. Letting Mother Earth know that these are what your desires are and you're looking for her support. And bringing that ball of energy with all your juicy, delicious desires all the way up, 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 up through your root chakra, grounding some more into your body. Bringing it all the way up, up through your yoni or your lingam. Keep it in your sacral for a bit. Keep it in your sacral, really feeling it, amplifying, activating that sexual energy, amplifying this desire, these dreams that you have with this sexual energy, making it more potent, fueling it, stoking the fire of those desires, bringing it all the way up. Speaking of fire, bring it up to your solar plexus, knowing that you have the strength, the willpower, the know-how, the wisdom, the motivation, the confidence, the courage, the boldness to make it all happen. And bring those desires all the way up to your heart, feeling the love around what you're asking for, really feeling like you are so fucking worthy. You are so deserving. And allowing and cracking your heart open to receive all that you desire. Letting your heart know that it is safe for you to receive all that you desire in divine timing. And bring it all the way up your throat, knowing that it is safe for you to speak your desires out into the universe. Speak it into existence using the power of your voice to truly and authentically express yourself and show yourself your truth, your true voice, your true essence, your boundaries, what's accepted and what's not. I'm bringing those desires all the way up, up, and out through the top of your crown, projecting these visions, these desires out into the universe. Now we're going to bring it all the way back down. We're going to do this again a few times, but faster. We're going to flow the energy. We're going to start flowing that energy and amplifying your desires for love, for abundance, for prosperity, all of it. Bring it all the way back down, down to the earth, all the way up the bottoms of your feet, bringing it up through your sacral. Squeeze the mulabandha here. Squeeze your anus, sex organs, a lower belly. Pull the energy, the sexual energy up and in, and sound it out as you reach the throat. Ah. If it's orgasmic sounds that come out, beautiful. Allow yourself to express, bringing that energy, all of your desires up and amplifying it through the top of your crown, projecting it out into the universe. Announcing loudly, proudly, boldly, this is what I want and I deserve it and I believe I can have it. I own it, it's mine. Bring it all the way back down, relaxing your pelvic floor. And inhaling, bringing the energy up. We're going to go a little faster now. We're going to circulate the energy. So you're going to bring the energy all the way up. Squeeze the mulabandha, bring it all the way up through the top of your crown. Hold, 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 hold. Circulate the energy, bringing it all the way back down. And you might be feeling some activations here. You might be feeling some shaking, some trembling, some movement, maybe desire to move your hips. Go for it. Just honor your body. Feel whatever feels good for you in this moment. And you can just start to honor your body. If you feel like moving your hips, if you feel like rotating your upper torso, just go ahead and move. It's a lot of energy we're circulating and moving around. So if you're feeling this need to move your body, to gyrate your body, go for it. Go for it. And at the same time, I want you to very gently, sensually start to connect with your body, to touch your body, however feels aligned for you. Some music as you guys do that.
Something in the sun or the air.
Beautiful. Start with the palms of your hands. The inside of your palms are very, very sensitive. If you cannot hear me, let me know. Just caressing the inside of your palms first. Very sensual. And the entire time, really focusing on just the possibilities of your dreams and your desires. Just start connecting with your body everywhere. Your heart, you get to your heart center, you can give your heart a little massage, little love, little nurturing. And then go all the way down your body, all the way down to your toes. You don't often touch our toes and our feet. Connect with your feet, your legs, your bum, your hips. Maybe where you don't get touched often, where do you feel like you might have some touch trauma? Everybody does. From the side of my body that I have had trauma with touch for years until I started to really nourish and nurture that part of my body. So really touching every part of your body. And again, going back to your heart, if this feels like a lot, there's a lot of emotions coming up for you, just massage your heart and hold yourself. And if you're feeling that there's too much energy, you could just hug yourself, give yourself a nice squeeze, knowing that you're here for yourself, that you can hold yourself through difficult times. And then you can go up to your neck and your face and just caressing your face, every part of your body, your lips, your nose, just as you'd want a lover to touch you. Your ears. How would you want a lover to touch you, to caress you? Your hair, your head, and you give yourself a little crown and head massage. Massage your ears, your neck. Again, go with your own flow, honoring how you feel in this moment, honoring where you want to touch yourself. Feel where you want to touch yourself. And taking long, deep breaths. Keep doing that for a little bit longer. And again, if you feel like moving your body, moving your hips, go for it. And at the same time, as you're doing this, again, you're amplifying your desires and your dreams with your sensual and sexual energy. And you can even squeeze the mula bandha as you're moving around, as you're gyrating your hips and rotating them. You could just play around with that energy, play around with the sexual energy up and down, and just feel it amplify, feel it amplifying. And slowing down your movement, slowing down your breath. And come to stillness. Feeling your breath, feeling your body, just tuning into how you feel in this moment. And then just be with yourself for a moment, and you can place one palm on your heart center, the other on your belly, on your womb space. For anyone in male bodies, you have etheric womb spaces as well. And just connect with yourself for a moment. Again, tuning into how you feel in this moment, noticing. Has anything shifted? Has anything come up? Have you had any realizations? Or maybe you don't feel anything. That's also okay. Maybe there's some numbing there. Maybe there's something. Honoring exactly where you're at right now in this very moment, because you're exactly where you're supposed to be. Because what you're experiencing in this moment is building up to where you're supposed to be and where you're desiring to be. And there's a beauty, there's a gift to this moment. It's a blessing to be able to feel everything. The rawness, the realness, the truth, the essence of who you are. And whenever you're ready, you can very gently wiggle your fingers and toes and come back into the space, fluttering your eyes open. I would love to hear from you all. So if you want to drop a little note in the chat about how that felt for you, what came up for you, anything else you want to share. Even come off camera too and share. Tarek's still activating. I love it. Yeah, maybe just one word about how you feel, what came up for you. Might take some time to process as well. So after that, be gentle with yourself. You're welcome, Luke. Welcome, Tatiana. Shiva Beautiful, loved and nourished. Michael, lots of love. I felt sensual. I love it. Yeah. So we often don't realize how potent and powerful our sensual energy is and our sexual energy is, right? A lot of times our idea of our own sexual energy has been tarnished by, porn culture. Our sexual energy is so beautiful. It's the energy of creation. We birth using sexual energy. So you can birth your desires, your creations from that point. And part of this orgasmic visioning meditation that we did, you can also find information on it. It's called sex magic. I love orgasmic visioning. I feel like that feels more aligned for me. Sex magic has been used so much. We're gonna do something different, such a Leo thing to do. But I call it orgasmic visioning. But you can use the energy of orgasm to manifest your desires into fruition. I often use that when I'm either self-pleasuring, and I have my own temple nights where I light candles for myself, and I'll have a whole hour and a half of self-pleasure. I call them ritual temple nights, and they're my nights for myself to light candles. I play sensual music, I dance, I like love myself up, and then I give myself a nice yoni massage. Like, these are very, very powerful exercises, and I'll set an intention before that practice. Oftentimes I'll have an intention of something I'm calling in. And as I'm self-pleasuring, I'm going through that process, I will keep focusing on that intention, on that desire of what I'm calling in. And then during the orgasm, when it's the most amplified, your sexual energy is the most amplified at that time, that's when you think about it, you envision it, you feel it, and you, just like we were projecting that vision out from the top of your crown, you're doing the same as you're orgasming. And you can do this with a partner too. It's actually beautiful with a partner. It's very potent as well, because you're two together, coming together to amplify a vision that you have for each other. So you can practice this beautiful ritual with a partner as well. I love it. So a few tips before we go into the sacred vow ritual. I wanted to share a few things that I have done throughout my years of dating myself and loving myself before I came into partnership, to help you amplify your intimacy to self. Look, the music was so beautiful. It felt sexy. And the pyramid, or around the pyramid, my desires was great, and felt it just so cool. The light language. Oh, I love it. Yes. And I love the language you use. Notice what you just said. I know now my desires will come. So that's a play on words. I love it. I don't know if it was intentional for you to write that, but it is that come, that amrita, that power that we have, that juice that we, release when we're orgasming. That is what brings in our desires. You can use that potent energy. And I'm happy to share this music with everyone as well. I'll put the song link. I have a huge, a playlist of sensual embodiment that I do, and we're going to do a little sensual dance to close off as well, to integrate everything afterwards. So yeah, just a few things that I did really want to share with you guys what I did during my time, and I still do that now. Even if I am in partnership, I still do that now, right? We talked about sensual touch, so important. One of the things I realized during my marriage is I wasn't getting enough touch, and that's my first love language. And let me know if you've done a love language test. Super important. I'm sure somebody today has talked about love languages, and if they haven't mentioned it, let me know. I can post the link to how to do a test to see what your love language is. My main one was always touch. And I certainly did not get enough of it in my marriage. So I had a lot of trauma in my body, and for me, the sides of my body. And it's not just, saying my partner didn't touch me at that time. It was me. I did not touch myself in parts that I wanted to be touched because I was so out of touch with my own body. So sensual, gentle, loving touch, even your face, just touch every part of your body. Give yourself a massage. Get some jojoba oil or jojoba oil or coconut oil or almond oil, whatever you want, or essential oils, and just massage your entire body. Give yourself a sensual massage. If you have a partner, ask your partner for a sensual massage and do an exchange, which is so beautiful. And the other thing I started doing is doing sensual dances with myself, right? Just putting on beautiful music and doing sensual dances. And I would imagine myself, and I've had a past life in a harem. So I put myself in touch with that past life version of myself where I was dancing in a harem. And I just dance as if I'm dancing for someone, but I'm dancing for myself. There's other little practices that you can do, is eye gazing. I know some of you might have heard of eye gazing with a partner, but have you eye gazed with yourself? So again, before I had a partner, I would look at myself in the mirror and eye gaze with myself for 5 minutes. I just am really uncomfortable in the beginning, staring at yourself in your own eyes, but you can start to see yourself, not just love yourself, really see yourself and who you are, and see your inner child. See the little cosmic child within you of the universe, right? It's so powerful, right? Look at yourself naked. How often do you look at yourself naked, right? It took me a long time to look at myself naked and go, damn, you're fine. You want to get to that point where it doesn't feel egotistical. It doesn't feel self-centered. I look at myself now and I'm like, you look beautiful. You look gorgeous. And yes, I have parts of my body I'm still learning to love. But overall, I'll look at myself and I'm like, you look gorgeous. You look beautiful. Right? Just look at yourself and start. The more you do it, the more you'll start to love your own body, to love your own skin, right? And we talked about giving yourself your own love language. This is so important. We expect so much from our partners sometimes, right? Well, they don't touch me enough. They don't do this enough. Well, do you touch yourself enough? Right? You want words of affirmation from your partner. Are you giving yourself words of affirmation first? Are you doing that for yourself before you do that before you expect that from someone else, right? Being your biggest cheerleader, right? During times of, right, death and dark night of the soul, whatever you want to call it, right? You're going through a hard time. You're going through a challenging time. Do you hold yourself through it in love Or do you beat yourself up during those times? Be your biggest cheerleader, right? Hold and honor your inner child, right? And it's unfortunate because we, when you see a child making a mistake or fucking up or doing something wrong, we're like, oh, they're just a child. But when we do that, we're like, oh, I should have known better. I'm such an idiot. And we beat ourselves up, right? We're not gentle with ourselves. So if you pictured yourself as that child that you are, that's still learning, and we're still going to be learning till the day we leave this incarnation, we're still going to be learning. So if you see yourself as a work in progress, as an evolution, you're not broken, right? You're still learning. Every day you're growing, every day you're evolving, every day you're learning, and you hold yourself with such love, that frequency of love, that's deeply, intimately connecting with yourself. It's when you're in the shits, when you're curled up in fetal position, having a massive death, that's when you know you love yourself, because you can hold yourself and go, it's okay, baby, I love you, I got you, right? Again, whether in a partnership or not, be relevant. To this day, there are moments where I have my death cycles and I'll go through fetal position, curled up, crying on my yoga mat. And I'm going, it's okay, baby, I got you, we're gonna get through this together. You're a team. You and you're a team. You're a unit, and you got to stick together, because it's Shiva, you love eye gazing so deep, makes you smile. Yeah. And it helps you eye gaze with a partner as well, which is such a beautiful thing to do. Some of the tantric practices that I teach, and Tarek and I are cooking up something very special. I'm going to tease Tarek. In April, we're working on a tantra retreat in Mexico. So a lot of these practices that I'm talking about, even some stuff like yab yum, intimacy connections with partners, with yourself, we're going to be doing all of that, orgasmic visioning. So hit us up. We're working on the details now. We're cooking up something beautiful, Tantra and Abundance Retreat, mid-April. So Mexico, it's coming. It's juicy. It's going to be amazing. If you've ever been interested in learning how to do yoni massages, lingam massages, loving yourself up, sensual touch, everything related to Tantra, sacred sexuality, intimacy to self, intimacy to others, connecting in a partnership as well, calling in divine partnership, it's all going to be there. It's all going to be there. And another beautiful practice that I did before to call in my partner is for about a year, I started imagining that he was here with me. So I would sit in the car, I would be driving, and I would imagine him holding my hand, and I would smile. I would really feel his frequency with me. And then I would imagine him in bed with me, and I would say goodnight to him every night. Be like, good night, my love. I don't know who it was. I don't know who I was saying it to, but I knew he was there. I would imagine him dancing with me in the kitchen, and I would smile. So it would put me in those moments. So if you are calling in a partner, and even if you are in a partnership, imagine how you want your partnership to be. There are issues in your partnership that you would like to change. You would like to evolve, things to change. Imagine it being that way. This is how powerful we are. And orgasmic visioning too. I would use my sexual energy to call him in. There's so many things, and I experience all that now because I manifested it through that, through the power of love, through the power of sensual energy and sexual energy. It's potent. It's super potent. All right. Let's do a little sacred vow ritual, and then we'll finish off with a little dance. How does that sound, everyone? I'm gonna take a sip of my drink. Beautiful. Okay, so I want you to take a little piece of paper or a journal, whatever you have in front of you. And in a vulnerable moment, I'm going to share with you the vows I wrote to myself years ago. And I mean, this is a time where I was in a different space, different frequency, but it's still extremely relevant today. This was me likely, I would say, I wrote this probably 4.5 years ago, right? And this is when I did that ritual to really marry myself, right? I have a beautiful quote here from Oscar Wilde that I wrote down, and I'm like, I want to share it with everybody because I think it's so beautiful. And Oscar Wilde said, to love oneself is the beginning of a lifelong romance. Woo yourself, right? So to love oneself is the beginning of a lifelong romance. So it's time to woo yourself, to date yourself, marry yourself, make love to yourself on all levels, right? You can marry another person. Why can't we marry ourselves, right? So let's become our own beloved, even if you're in a relationship, right? And whenever you need the extra love, when you feel disconnected, when you feel like you're not trusting anymore, read your own vows to yourself. It's a practice I still do to this day. So I'm going to read my vows to myself from years ago. Let me bring it up. And I invite you to write your own. I invite you to write your own. So my soul vows. There they are. All right. I vow to love and honor myself wherever I am. I vow to love myself for better or for worse. I vow to love myself the way I want someone else to love me. I vow to always be my authentic, true self and always show up as myself regardless of the situation. I vow to always honor my boundaries and speak my truth. I vow to comfort and nurture myself during times of hopelessness, despair, pain, sadness, or any other challenge I face. I vow to always fill my love cup first before I share that love with others. I vow to always be the center of my universe. I vow to always be my own beloved in every way. I vow to never settle, compromise, or lose myself in romantic relationships again. I vow to trust and live my life in full faith that all will align and unfold in divine timing. I vow to honor my spiritual path and create a magical life regardless of whether I'm in a romantic partnership, legally married or not. I vow to honor my purpose and live my life in flow with my soul's alignment. I do. So breathe that in for a moment and take a couple of minutes. I would say it's a good 10 minutes. And so it is, yes. And so it moves. So take about 10 minutes to really write out your soul vows. If you have any questions, please put it in the chat. If you're stuck, if you're feeling anything, something's coming up for you, let me know. I'm here to hold that space for you. I'm going to put on some beautiful music that'll help inspire and amplify your vows. So go ahead. And it doesn't have to be like mine. It doesn't have to be my format. It could be a story. It could be a poem. Honor your creative sexual flow. Use that sexual energy, that sacral space to write out your vows in whatever form that you want. Take another minute to wrap up.
Show me where nobody goes. I'm lost in your kaleidoscope. I keep getting visions when you're coming close. I stand, top it off, I guarantee you done it. Good as it could ever be. You watch it, give to you, you give to me.
Alright. Always finish up your vows and your thoughts afterwards. I do invite you to make a ritual out of this and maybe dress in a way that makes you feel sexy and sensual. It could be naked, it could be anything, whatever makes you feel good in that moment, and light a few candles and set up an altar, whatever feels good for you, right? Just tune into your intuition, how you want to make this a ritual and a celebration of self. And you can continue writing your vows, or you can read them out loud to you and marry yourself and do a whole ceremony and celebration around it. How did that feel for everyone? I would love for you to share. Drop a little comment in the chat. No, if it was beautiful, then yay. If it felt good, if it was weird, sure, yay. You know, however that felt is exactly what you were meant to feel and what you were meant to experience. Michael, great exercise. Beautiful. Glad you liked it. Lisha, beautiful. Tarek loved it. Yes. Got lots of ideas. Ooh, I like it. I like it. The creative juices are flowing. Beautiful. So let's integrate all of that and let's seal it with a little sensual dance. Who's up for a little dance? I do invite all of you, and this is just an invitation to come off camera if it feels comfortable for you, right? I want to let's see each other dancing. Let's feel each other's sensual energy dancing, and let's connect, right? A lot of times on Zoom we don't see anyone and it's like, oh, it's so impersonal. And again, total invitation, honor how you feel in this moment. It would be lovely to see you all and to be able to see each other dancing. Luke was so beautiful. Yeah. Otherwise, you're only going to see me dancing on the screen, which I'm okay with, because as a Leo, you can give me the stage and I'll be fine. I can hear Tarek laughing in the background. I know he's I knew it. I could feel him laughing. All right. So let's put on music.
Where to really love without me saying so.
Let me start this one over because I like this song. As we're sensually dancing, I'm going to put the music up really loud, so you might not hear me and my guidance. So I do invite you to really tune into this sensual harem dancer, right? Whether you're male, female, whatever gender you identify with, really connecting. Lisha, yay! Connecting with the sensual goddess, God within yourself that is performing for someone, but ultimately you're performing for yourself, right? Really move your hips, gyrate. You're like making love to yourself and you're making love to the universe. Really feel that energy. All right, you ready for this? Let's do it. Stand up. Michael, yes. I love it.
Show me where nobody goes. I'm lost in your kaleidoscope. I keep getting visions when you're coming close. Steady, top it off, I guarantee you done it. Good as it could ever be. You watch it, give it to you, you give it to me. In this sea, you and me, all I need. In this sea, you and me, all I need. You read me like a horoscope. You lean into me like you know the way to really love without me saying so. Steady, top it off, I guarantee you done it. Good as it could ever be. You watch it, give it to you, you give it to me. In this sea, you and me, all I need. In this sea, you and me, all I
Deep breath in, coming back to stillness, slowly standing, keeping your eyes closed. Keep your arms by your sides, palms facing forward, open to receive love, abundance, your heart and soul's deepest, juiciest, delicious desires. Welcome it all in. Receive it all in. I am open to receive all that's in alignment with my heart, my soul, my path. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And so it is. Whew. And just placing your palms down on your heart center once more. And very gently coming back into the space. Oh, so much fun, beautiful souls. Thank you, thank you, thank you for allowing me to hold space for you today. I hope you received all that you wanted to receive. And thank you again. I honor each and every one of you for even showing up and doing this work, because it is not for the faint of heart. So thank you for showing up. Thank you for doing the work for yourself and for the collective, right? To emanate that love out into the universe, just so needed right now. So yeah, I have put 2 minutes. So if anybody has any questions, wants to come off mute and share something, share in the chat.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. That was so fun, interactive, playful, sexual, sensual, all of it. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Yes. And yes, I can only imagine what will happen in a 5-day container with 2 fire signs holding space for more sensual, sexual bliss and abundance. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
You're welcome. Bring on the fire. It's going to be a very fiery, beautiful, powerful healing retreat. So if you want more information, hit us up. Let us know. Mid-April, 5 days in Mexico.
Please let me know what were your big takeaways. I love the self-pleasure temple nights. I was like, all right, I got some cacao oil here, and there's a lot of cacao in Mexico.
Yes. Oh, the edible ones are awesome. If you can get the edible, like cacao, oh, those are so delicious. Like, lick it off yourself.
No, I will.
Yeah.
So yeah, let us know what your biggest takeaways are. I just love that idea of like, no matter how I'm feeling, I can always just play that, play some sensual songs, move the energy, circulate it, have fun with it, alchemize it. Sometimes heavy energy is like an invitation for us to move the energy. And then on the other side of that is all this, we're back to our, full selves. So many takeaways.
Yeah, we are alchemists, right? We can play with energy.
And if folks want to follow your work, where's the best way for them to do that? Anything you want to leave us with as a last?
Yeah, so many ways to follow me. So you can friend me on Facebook, you find me and DM me, I'm very open. You can join my private group. It's called Awaken Your Magic, just like my name at the bottom. And also on Instagram, Awaken Your Magic. I'm going to be hosting a 5-day live free event the week of March 6th. So I'm going to go live every single day to teach you how to step into your light and your power. So join me there if you want more information. I'm going to be posting about it this week. There's lots of great goodies coming up. I do run a 90-day mastermind program that you can join me on. So one-on-one mentorship program. So reach out to me and let's chat and let's connect. If you're drawn to my energy, would love to serve you and hold space for you.
Beautiful. So let's all send Kareen all the love, gratitude, blessings, good intentions. Just send it all her way. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you.
I receive. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
So good. Thank you. Thanks for taking the time and celebrating and dancing with us. Excited to collaborate and co-create more. Definitely, guys, reach out to us. We want to send you guys some early bird rates for that Tantra retreat in close to Cancun, Mexico. If you guys need a break around April 15th, springtime. Yeah, stay tuned for more. Love you, Kareen. Thank you so much. Love
you. Thank you.
And yes, I was definitely laughing when you said, when you're like, I have no problems I have no problems having everyone just watch me. No problems whatsoever. Okay, so let's keep it flowing, guys. Just if you need to jump up and down a little bit, shake the energy a little bit, drink some water. Just a heads up, I did pull out this card for us earlier. Is it gonna let me show you? No, you're just seeing the card behind me. There we go. So who here relates to carrying a lot on their shoulders? We'll do a healing for that later. Our next guest is our next guest. Did I get the time? Okay, hold on. Shoot. Lisha, when are you up? When are you scheduled to?
I'm scheduled now.
You scheduled?
I have a client in an hour.
Okay, I think I fudged up. Michael Moon, you got some flexibility? You do? Okay, bless your heart. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. And forgive me. Forgive me for fudging up.
It's 3 Eastern Standard Time now, right?
It is 3 p.m. Eastern Time. I messed up. But it's working. So add pin.
Thank you, Michael.
Thank you, Michael. Okay, beautiful. So give me 1 second. All right. So stay tuned, guys. We're going to have an amazing spiritual concert coming up soon. Our next featured guest, Dr. Lisha Antiqua, helps you to remove your love blocks and align your soul with your mate. Her unique formula helps you fall in love with yourself and define intimacy your way. Discover your gifts to heal old love wounds so you're ready when your heart mate, I like that, shows up or helps your current relationship thrive. Dr. Lisha, thank you so much for being with us. You have helped me claim my sacred.
You got a heart mate.
What's that?
You got a heart mate.
You helped me get my heart mate. Exactly. So you've helped me clear traumas and understand them on deeper levels and so many things. So thank you for being here with us. What exciting things do you have for us today?
So I want to talk about the 3 most common love blocks. And then we're going to talk about passion. And I think that we just like opened all that up, right? For the fun and the love and the dancing and the moving and the passion and all this. So we're just going to keep going along that. But if there's any hesitation within you, we're going to talk about what that is, what normally it is. And then we're going to do a healing and a clearing around that. So years ago, I was deemed the trauma transformer. I love working as an alchemist in all realms, physical, mental, emotional, and spiritual. Your electromagnetic field to help you clear out old traumas, especially childhood trauma. And that is the first of the love blocks. So if you don't know me, if you're like, who is this? Please follow me at Dr. Lisha Antiqua on TikTok, Facebook, YouTube, Insta. And let's get to know one another if this resonates with you. I work with survivors of abuse mainly in my professional field. Yet I love opening up people to love. It's really about having this beautiful relationship with yourself, this beautiful relationship with the divine. And a lot of our first relationships with love and with what care is supposed to look like haven't been all that magical, haven't been all that great. And we tend to repeat that until we know better, until we open to deeper love, right? So like the song Love Hurts, it's just not true. Like love is surrendering and it's masculine and feminine, right? So it's that surrendering, protecting, loving, embracing love. But as children, for most everybody, if not, like at least, I would say at least 95% of humanity, we grew up with this, like love is conditional and love is not there for us when we need it, or love doesn't feed us, or love is even abusive, or love is critical, or we have to qualify for love, or we have to be a certain weight and we have to look a certain way, and or we have to have that much money. And so these are really taught to us as small children in a certain way from our parents' beliefs and what they didn't know, how they related to love. So love has a shadow aspect just like everyone else. So healing your shadow aspect of love is what I'm here to help you with today. And then, so that's the first one. The first block is childhood patterns, childhood understanding of love, what your 2- and 3-year-old thinks that love is, what you saw in your family, what you experienced from your mom and dad or caretakers, and the limitations that you were brought up in when it comes to love, receiving love and getting your needs met. The second block that we're going to be really focusing on and clearing is really a hormonal block. So we get addicted to unloving feelings. We get addicted to proving ourselves. We get addicted to the dopamine and the different reactivities, literally reactivities of lower frequency hormones. So hormones are literal frequencies where your aura is a vibration. It's like levels of dimensions. And I'm sure this community, you guys got this in the bag, but there's levels of dimension. So we have our physical level, right? We have our physical body and our physical cells that interacts with our mental level, which is the mental plane. Then we have our emotional level, which is frequency, music, right? That's so beautiful. That one, Mike, thank you so much, Michael, for being flexible, because I do have clients right after this. And two, this is so perfect that Michael's coming after this, because you're going to really be able to take everything that you cognitively learn in your brain here and embody it with his music, I'm sure. And then we have this beautiful opening to shift these energies. So we get addicted. We get addicted to traumas. We get addicted to belief systems. We get addicted to love hurts. And even though we might think, oh, I'm never going to fall for that again. I'm never going to do that again. I'm never going to let anybody break my heart like that again. And then we get back in that same situation. And this frequency builds patterns in our lives and habits in our lives. So today, my intention is to do a little bit of, what was coming through in my TikTok live this morning was a lot of channeling and healing. So I'm assuming that they were prepping me for this beautiful gift. So I'm open to channeling and healing and doing some sound work with you guys in our healing, and really allowing the energy to move, to unblock the traumas, to unblock these emotions that you've been trying to get over for years and years and years, maybe decades, and that keep coming up in a relationship. So your body can release that addiction, literal addiction, to what's been normal, what's been normalized. So if you guys have any relativity in this or any questions in this, feel free to put them in the chat and I'll answer. If you can relate to it, let me know. If this is aligning with you, let me know. And we can like pivot shift. But the second block is literally your emotions and being addicted to narrative stories that fuel emotions of common belief is I'm not enough. Common belief is it's not safe to be in a relationship. Common belief is they're just going to use and abuse me. Common belief is all of those little inner child things that we got used to feeling, used to affirming, used to surviving and living around. And we just keep creating them into adulthood and passing them on to our lovers. And the third thing is not knowing how to cleanse that spiritual energy. So you guys might have talked about this earlier. They're doing a Tantra workshop. It's something that I've really learned through my years of studying the supernatural and the etheric field and the chakras and Tantra, and how we, and it's science as well now. You can literally Google the studies. But when a man ejaculates in you, ladies, through the rest of your cells, through all of your organs, some of their sperms travels up your spinal column and into your limbic brain. So every person, male, that you have ejaculated into, you are living within that person. And every person that is ejaculated into you is living in you. The thing is there is epigenetics. And I believe on the spiritual realm, we can shift this, we can change this. So if you were hurt, if you're abused, if you're raped, which is too common, we can shift that energy. And whether it was, a mental, physical, emotional, or spiritual encroachment of this block, you can reclaim your body, you can reclaim your energy system. And yes, if you are open, especially if you're open dimensional, there's experiences of that beyond just the physical, right? There's experience of that mentally, where men or women are sexualizing and objectifying. There's experience of it emotionally, where you feel like your boundaries are emotionally are pushed on and hurt and taken advantage of. And there's an experience of this supernaturally, and that could be with entities. It could be with somebody coming in and doing Reiki or doing something on you without your permission, and doing it with a sexual intent. So all of this is frequency, all of this is energy, whether it's sperm or something else. And if you are a male, your sperm's still living in that person. So there is that magnetic tie to that person. So learning how to do clearings and soul cuttings, you can get in touch with me and we'll do a burn, do a soul cutting. I'm going to do a bit of that with you today. And so we can release those ties, and then really looking at like who lives in your limbic system. If you've been with narcissists or abusers, or your first experience or second or 20th wasn't holy, or you haven't even had a holy experience yet, then this is really, really important for you to acknowledge that physical aspect and release these ties. So is this making sense? Yeah, Luke, exactly. Yeah, it happens to, I wanted to say the best of us. That's because I have really healed my self-esteem. but it happens, right? And so how do we untie from that that woman or that person that did that to you? How do you go, I'm going to refuse and take back my energy? So for men, I want you when we're doing this practice, if you're a man, I want to invite you to really reclaim yourself, reclaim your DNA, reclaim that process for you. And if you're a woman, say no and give back that process, give back the DNA, give back that expression. Okay, as we do this burn, as we do this cord cutting. So that's the 3 elements. Is there anything in it that you want me to go deeper into? And so we do the release of those 3 elements and we start on healing them. And I talk about how you can carry this forward, because that's the tool. Like, we really want to know, like, okay, yeah, we feel these blocks, we see these blocks, but how do we move it forward? So is there any other questions or anything that I can cover about those 3 things, any of those 3 things, before I move on? That's plenty. Perfect. Well, Luke, I'm so nice. It's so great to meet you. This is my heart mission. This is my passion. This is my gift to the world. So I'm so grateful to meet you. Okay, so everybody, let's talk about what you can do right now to start shifting this energy and taking back your power and healing your inner child, right? Healing your inner child, changing the chemical reactions in your body so you get addicted to happy and joy and abundance and freedom and fuck yes. Can I say that? And how you can really, really start taking back your energy. Okay, cool. Cool. Go ahead and get a sip of water. And if you have a booklet or a journal, go ahead and grab it. So you've heard this all before, but we're going to do it from the perspective of your inner child, right? And we're going to do it from the perspective of you being the adult or young adult that you are, really going and playing with your inner child as you're doing this. So I work with some people that have DID. So this is old name for it with split personality disorder. And they have these inner children, right? And the inner child comes out, but the adult in their body can't play with them. And I think that we often do this. We call it splitting in psychology. We often do this. There's multiple kinds of splitting. Splitting's also just black and white thinking. But when we do this, it doesn't really heal. It keeps that disconnection that my inner child is over here and I'm over here. So today, my first lesson in passion, which is your tool, passion, is to allow yourself to have passion, allow yourself to have fun, allow yourself to play with this, and marry with your inner child. Marry with your inner child and discover what she or he wants to play, how he wants to play. So my inner child loves to sing and dance. My inner child loves lacy things and things that I can spin in. My inner child doesn't want to put her hair up. My inner child just loves to be super goofy, right? And these are some things that maybe hurt you, right? For many years, I didn't spin and wear really girly things because, well, I live in Alaska, number one. So we don't really wear girly things in Alaska. And so I stood out. 2, because when I did that as a child, I got unwanted attention. Hey, for my story, it was one of abuse. And so I got unwanted attention and I didn't want that. But my inner child was like, I just want the freedom to spin in my frilly dress and wear cute PJs and run around naked, right? And the good thing for me is I also grew up on some nudist colonies. And in those colonies, I was always safe. So weird. People like would think kind of obvious. I wasn't safe in my family, but I was safe when I was running around naked, right, with a whole bunch of other naked people. And so having that experience for me taught me that my body was free. Okay? And then I live in a place where it's snowing and cold, so I can't run around naked. But going to move so I can play with my inner child and this passion more and be more free to wear less. So this can also change like where you live and how you live your life. So I'd love to know a few things that as a child you absolutely loved, filled you with passion, that as an adult, maybe you stopped doing, or maybe you just started doing, or maybe you do all the time, that you do, and that you can actively bring into your brain, playing with yourself, playing with your inner child. Anybody? Playing in nature and water. Yes. Yeah. I love it. That's one of my favorite things too. My favorite things too, Tarek. Now, for many survivors of abuse, this passion is the scariest thing ever. So if you have been through abuse, just be open to and be curious to. I invite and infuse the information of curiosity for you, right? Like, curious, what could fill me up? What would build up? Where could I hold the space for my inner child to tap back into that passion that might have been squashed as a child, or told to come inside, or told don't get dirty, or you know, your parents scared that you were at the beach, or like, I don't know, right? But if things like that happen to you, where could you be that adult that your inner child needed? Kareen, yeah, dancing and singing, that you can give yourself full permission to do that. And I encourage you to lean into that passion that your inner child had every day. So one passion of mine as a child and now is performing. I could live my entire life on stage. And I'm so grateful for social media, because every morning I get on live on TikTok and I do a healing and I do a little teaching, and I connect with my community, and I sing, and sometimes I do yoga, and I perform, right? In a very connected, beautiful, healing way, just like I'm doing right now. This is one of my favorite things to do. It lights me up. I forget about the world. I forget about what's happening. I don't care about any worries. I'm just like, yes, it's my stage, right? And I love singing on all stages. I love standing on stages. I love dancing on stages. I love being on stage. And as a child, that's a place that I was given permission to actually lean into my passion. So I also want you to tap into the places where you were given permission to tap into that, where it was safe, and take that infused emotion of passion to your inner child to play on all the things that you either enjoy and were okay, or the things that weren't okay. We're going to infuse the feeling of passion. So if you haven't studied much, or you don't know much about emotional intelligence, I'm going to explain frequencies a little bit. This is Dr. Hawkins' work. And David Hawkins' work is his name. It's also the basis of kinesiology. And it's something that I studied for years and have written programs about, amazing emotions, so you can get to know your emotionality. But there are 4 phases of emotions. The first ones, Dr. Brene Brown talks about a lot, right? There's shame and guilt. This is total failure. This is hiding. This is criminal acts. This is control and narcissism acts. And we have different stories about it. And a lot of survivors, like, we're kind of like, oh, this is where we're safe because we know we can survive it. This is where ego takes us to because we know we can survive it. The second one is numbness, which we don't think about as an emotion. It's also body death, SI. Is also, let me just, I'm going to cheat. I have my book right here. So it's grief, it's terror and despair. Like, we jump through these emotions. All these emotions are really, really normal. The third phase, we get into fear, anxiety, then empathy, then hatred, right? Hatred. And then right after hatred, you guys, your body can jump into desire. Now, this is where a lot of people get stuck, not allowing yourself to come into desire, because desire taps into passion. I want to invite you to notice when your body is just like circling these old emotions, okay? And then ask yourself, like, how can I go and do something? You cannot shift your emotional state. This is the key. You cannot shift your emotional state by thinking it through. This is where my field psychology goes wrong. This is why I got my PhD, because you cannot think your way into feeling better. Period. But you can do your way into feeling better. So doing your passions with your inner child is going to heal that inner child and give them freedom, abundance, money, play, love, acceptance, confidence. Playing with your inner child and doing things that you're passionate about. The next phase of this is like, what do you desire? So leaning into your desires and then doing the things that you desire. From desire is pride, right? Pride, what are you proud of? Right? Do you celebrate your proudness? When I got my PhD, I was like, oh my God. Oh my God. Everyone was like, I'm so proud of you. I was like, why aren't I proud of myself? I was just achieving and proving and proving and achieving. And I got to the top of my schooling. There was no place else I could go. And I was like, how am I going to keep proving to myself that I'm worthy? And that's where I saw my worthiness block. It's at the peak of my performance. I was like, oh, here we go. And I think that's when I hired Tarek. I was like, okay, like, let's do this. This is a spiritual issue. This is a bigger issue. This is an etheric issue that blocked me from that. And so I was beautiful. Next is courage. Can you have the courage to move forward, right? Then we get into the phase where all of us want to live in, right? Please don't use this to spiritually bypass those inner child and those lower frequencies, but use it to move it. So what do you love, right? What brings you joy? What brings you cheerfulness? What brings you enthusiasm? What are you enthusiastic about? Getting to know these things about yourself, pulling out your journal and just listening to this replay a couple times and just be like, oh, what is that? What is that? And then exhilaration and peace. This is the freedom, right? This year, I'm really getting to know, like, what is freedom? Curious. Show me freedom. I want my spirit, everything. Show me freedom, right? I know worry. Show me freedom. Okay, so this is how you're going to shift that frequency, the emotion, not your vibration, right? But your frequency, your emotion, because your physical, mental, and emotional create your vibration. You need all three aspects to create your vibration, which is your magnetic field, which is how you're going to create and attract what you desire, or how you're unconsciously attracting it. And that's where working with somebody that can help you shift that etheric field, which we're going to do in our healing, is really, really important. Luke says, wow, your soul is making me feel chills, and I can feel my friend Roman, who is in heaven now. Oh, beautiful. Yes. I started hearing this song clairaudiently, and I used to listen to, oh, that is so beautiful. Yes. Yes, Luke, thank you so much for sharing. Okay, so getting to know these higher emotions. So for many people that have gone through trauma, what we don't want to look at isn't the trauma necessarily. We look at the trauma every day. If you're having panic attacks, if you're having stuff, we look at the trauma every day. We say we don't want to look at that, but that's what we look at every day. What's really scary for most people is, well, what is love? What do I desire? What do I want? I don't know what I want. I don't know what I want. So what do you want? What do you want? What do you desire? How can you move through that and live that? So any questions about passion and igniting passion in your life? Passion is a beautiful emotion. It really connects, it's the action, and celebration is with passion too. So celebration is the action of gratitude. Okay, so what can you celebrate in your life? Where can you bring gratitude into your life? And yeah, and what does that align with you? What are you passionate about today? Let's celebrate that. Let's celebrate each other's passions. Go ahead and put it in the comments. Community, love, yes. Yes, your friends, yes. Pleasure, it's my pleasure. It's my pleasure, yes. I love it. Friends, yes. Dancing, yes, that was so fun. Dancing. Yes. Yeah. Yeah. I'm passionate about healing. I'm passionate about sharing this with you. I'm passionate about all my work, right? My gifts that I get to share with the world. I'm passionate about serving. I'm passionate about making money, because the more money I make means the more people I'm serving, the more happy the world is, and the more free I am to go and be. I'm passionate about connection and community and collaboration, right? There's so much to be passionate about, and you can list those out and say, well, how can I interact with that? And then think about your inner child and do that inner child healing with them, right? And the dancing with them, the community with them, and loving them. All right. So this next piece is a healing I do. I do this every day. So if this aligns with you, I welcome you to join me on TikTok, Dr. Lisha Antiqua. I'm in Alaska. I go live about 9 a.m. Alaska time, which is 10 Pacific and 11 Mountain, 12 Central, 1 Eastern, 6 p.m. UK. And we do this healing. So this is just a piece of it. We're going to do it specifically today to release these bonds, to cut these ties with these energetic people, that whether you wanted to sleep with them or not, if the relationship is over, right? If that heart connection is received, say, thank you, I receive you and I release you. Thank you, I received you and I released you. Letting go of that. We're going to do it on the energetic level, because we are vibrational people and we all are one. So that energetic tie that is very real, it's already come down to the physical when you have slept with somebody. We're gonna release that. So this healing today is going to be about letting go of any past stuff that you don't want that soul tie to, so it doesn't get involved in your previous and current relationships. So it doesn't get involved with the people that you are wanting to attract into your life. So you don't attract somebody like your ex, or somebody like your abuser, or somebody like your first, right? So you can truly connect with your soul, your essence, and call in that next partner that is heartfelt. And you'll notice in my bio, I didn't use soulmate, because oftentimes soulmate or twin flames, we get this like enmeshment connection, right? And in all honesty, we're all enmeshed. You, me, everybody, we're all enmeshed. We're all parts of the same consciousness, the same Christos. And we are all embodied in our own individual capsules we call bodies. And we all have our own individual minds that we call minds. And we all have our individual frequencies, which we call emotion. And so we're just going to heal that out. So hopefully you guys are going to be able to hear my music. And oh, I have to go to advanced, and then I go audio from computer.
I think if you share screen. If you just click share screen, there should.
No, I got it. I got it. I shared music from computer. All right, so we are going to do, this is love, and this is made from my friend Martin, and he does this beautiful love frequencies, or different frequencies for everything, this healing shamanic frequencies. Let me know how the sound is. How is that sound? Can you guys hear it?
Perfect.
Perfect. Can you still hear me? So I'm going to
Yeah.
do some Reiki. If you want to hear the Reiki, go ahead and say yes within your heart. If you don't, that is totally fine. You're not going to miss out on anything because it's all it. But some support. My Reiki is there for support. And you breathe into this intention of love, being love. And first, we're going to focus on this first channel, this first instrument, I call it a power zone, that you have to love you, your physical body. For many of us, our physical bodies have been through so much. And our physical bodies have been with. Now, I'm not calling you uncle. I'm just saying, like, whether you're with one person, but we've been with people not only sexually, emotionally, mentally. You form bonds. Sometimes those people that have our highest good, they weren't conscious enough. They didn't respect our energy. They didn't know how, or we didn't know how to respect their energy. So if there's anybody out there, first we're going to call back your energy to you and just imagine it kind of around you. It doesn't have to come into you. We don't have the space yet. We haven't cleared the space yet. But I want you to call back your energy, whether you're man or female. All right, I'll turn it down. Thank you. Is that a little bit better? Whether you're male or female, you're going to call back your energy. So first, just feel your physical body. That's where you've given your physical body to anybody. Whether it's sexual or through work, or whether your physical body was taken. And we're just going to work on this DNA, RNA, genetic tone right now. Own your body. This is your body, nobody else's. It is your body, nobody else's. Call your energy back. Call your vibration back to your body. As you do, you're going to feel any place that you're holding somebody else's energy in your body, whether they took it or you gave it, consciously or unconsciously. Let all of that go. Let your energy come back into your body. Letting it go. Breathe into your lower belly, letting it go. Calling your energy all times reality back to your body, your physical body. This is your house. Doesn't mean you won't share your house again. It means you're calling it back to you. Now, as this loosens up, energies that were put into your body, whether they were given to you, whether you received them, or whether it's just old DNA stuck in your brain, okay? Go ahead and send that energy back to them. So they too can be whole, because as humans, we are here to experience whole and separation. Whole and separation. So send the energy back with them, with love. Thanks for being a part of my life. Thank you for giving me that great one-night stand. Thank you for giving me that great 6 months. Thank you for giving me that great 3 months. Great 10 years, 20 years, 40 years. Thank you for giving me that. Thank you for giving me my children. Thank you for giving me all of that. Just send it back to them. Whatever that is, it doesn't have to be negative. It can be totally positive. Send that energy back to you. Literally feeling a release in your limbic spine. So if you're a woman, just releasing that through your limbic spine. And if you're a man, feel that releasing from all of your partner's limbic spines. Call that energy back. Pulling it out. All right, beautiful. Now we're we're going to interlock our fingers and bring your hands behind your neck. We're just going to reset that limbic brain a little bit, whether you're a man or a woman. Lifting up. We're going to tie our head to our heart by resetting a little bit. Maybe if this is your first time doing this, you're going to reset our vagus nerve. Okay? And all you're going to do is keep your chin straight. You're lifting through your arms a little bit. And then you're going to look over to your elbow, just with your eyes as far as you can. We're just going to hold here. Feel your breath. Now, you might need to hold this longer than me. And you're going to hold this until you feel a shift. It could be a sigh or a yawn. You might need to hold it up to 5 minutes. Especially if you've never done this before. This is a great practice, morning and evening. There's that natural sigh and yawn for me. Go ahead and keep holding it there, and you can do this. You don't have to jump in with me. I'm going to move my eyes forward, come back to center, feel that stretch, that focus, and then go to the other direction. And I've heard it taught both ways. I learned to go right then left, but you can go left or right, whatever feels right to you, correct to you. Keep looking over. Reconnecting your head to your heart and reconnecting your nervous system. It's going to help you reset your nervous system. Take whenever you're ready, bring your eyes back forward, nice deep breath. So the next place that we're going to really focus on clearing is any blocks in your brain that disconnect you from your passion, from your desires, from your pleasure. You have a brain, you have thoughts, you have memories, you have visions. You are not your thoughts, you are not your memories, and you're not your visions. You are so much greater than that. So go ahead and bring your awareness to your thoughts, to your memories. It's going to clear that out. And call back any energy, any power that you've given to somebody else to determine your worth, your value, your lovability. Call back any openness to feeling the pull in your brain out to other people, and call that back to you. And feel your love. Take a moment and be open to loving, open to seeing. Full, fully. Feeling your heart, being your own heart mate, being your inner child. And then go ahead and send back gratitude or forgiveness, giving back their energy to anybody that has taken up space to finding love in your brain. Finding love that anything less than caring, happiness, passionate, and respectful, and seeing the other. Okay, just send it back. Thank you, Kareem. All the way back. And call back all of your thought waves. Call them all back to you. And any that no longer serve you, dissolve, resolve, transmute, Just letting that energy just go down your spine, drain your tailbone, let it go, let it go. Forgiving yourself, forgiving others, let it go, let it go, let it go. We're going to come into your heart. Go ahead and place your hand on your heart if you'd like. Any place that you've been heartbroken, your heart has been hurt or disappointed, I just want to give you permission, give yourself permission, and invite you to just honor that hurt, the inner child, the adult, whether it was a job or a lover or a person, or you felt played by somebody, just feel that heart connection, feel that broken heart, and honor yourself. And invite passion into there. What would you do if that wasn't there? Who would you be if that wasn't there, if they hadn't hurt you? Give yourself permission to heal that, to love your inner child, to play with the desires of your heart, to open to knowing better, being more, loving more. Feel your heart. And any energy in your heart, front and back of your heart, that you've given over to somebody else, any value of love that you've given over to somebody else, including your parents, go ahead and just send back the energy, or let it just go to God, source, whatever you believe. Send it back, send it back, send it back. Whew. Releasing any ties or any tension, just send it back to them. And call back any place where you've given love and it hasn't been received, or like hit a wall, right? When they had a wall up, and it hit that wall and that wall hurt you. Go ahead and call that energy back to you and give that love back to yourself. And let yourself be filled with the passion of love, the fire of love, the igniting of love into you. Yes, yes, yes. Yes. Releasing any stories, any physical hurt, and all of that as well. The last layer of you that you have is your electromagnetic field, your aura, and it is right around you. Go ahead and invite yourself to just notice who's in this bubble and who still has influence on what love and what's lovable and what you can and can't do, and all the rules and regulations of your heart tie. And if there's anybody there, anybody that hurt you, go ahead and just, I ask for you to call on Archangel Michael, Gabriel, Ezekiel, any entities or deities and lovelies and soulmates and spirits that you call into. I'm going to call on Jesus Christ. I'm going to call on Yeshua, Mother Mary, Michael. Just come and just cut these ties with me. But sometimes in this field, we just need a little bit of help. Cut these ties physically, mentally, emotionally, and spiritually. Just cut all cords attached to me from any ex-lovers, from any, even my current lovers. I don't have any, but if I did, and just cut, pushing those away with love and light, sending them back love, right? Back justice, forgiving that so you can release any burdens that they hold on you, any definitions that they hold on you, anything that you keep trying to prove in your life, just letting it go, letting the DNA go, letting the judgments go, the low frequency feelings go, let it all go. And anytime it shows up into your life, you're going to recognize it now, and you're going to just go, nope, and let it go, let it go, let it go. And then any place that you've done this for others, we're going to call back that energy to us, asking for forgiveness, and giving ourselves back our own energy, up your life, releasing anything you've already healed, and then fill up your bubble with your ideal life. I want you to picture love, picture connection, picture your friends, picture dancing, picture abundance and money just flowing into you, picture freedom, picture your soulmate, your heartmate, picture that relationship. How does it feel? How do you speak to one another? Right? How do you physically interact? Visualize that. What do you want? Are you allowing yourself to know what you want? Call that in now, call that in now, call that in now. We're going to anchor this energy in. Just see this energy just flowing through your body and anchoring through your grid spot all the way down into the center of Mama Earth, anchoring and grounding into who you are. You are divine, divine love. You are lovable. And you're going to call in, if you don't already know your heartmate, your soulmate, and you want to know your soulmate, you are your soulmate. You are your twin flame. You are your heartmate. And you are ready to meet your match. Let's put that frequency out into the world if that's you today. Put it out into the world. You have your match, wrap them in white light. See that beautiful infinity figure eight around you too. If you don't, go ahead and just like, and if you're not quite sure if they're your mate, right, you can put that infinity around there and say, for the highest good of all. Let there be a little bit of space there. Let there be a little bit of a wall there until you come back in consciously together, collectively. Become that, right? If you're dating or seeing somebody special, witness their bubble and your bubble. If you haven't come together, let there be that space of witness them, you, and the energy between you, that beautiful relationship. Feeling your heart open, relax into that. Relax into your beautiful life, your abundant life, your loving life, your freedom life. And when you're ready, go ahead and just bring your arms up over your head, a nice big stretch, feeling that freedom, that release. All those levels. Exhale. Inhale. And exhale. More. Inhale. And exhale. Call back my energy. Thank you so much. Let me see you, witness you, and support you. Moving your energy. I send you back your energy with love and light. Thank you so much for letting me be there. And so it is. Thank you so much. So if you guys want to come online and come live and turn on your cameras, feel free to. If you have questions, put them in the chat or come and voice yourself. And let me know what you thought about that experience. Of course, let yourself integrate, drink lots of water today. And yeah, I would love to know. Disappeared again.
Wow, Lisha, what an adventure. Thank you so much.
Welcome. Don't be shy, everybody. We saw you. We saw you dancing. We all danced together. We had a dance party.
Come celebrate with us. Luke, let us know how your experience was. Michael, beautiful. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
You are welcome. Thank you so much for having me.
Yeah.
I love you and your community.
Thank you. Me and Lisha are working on a very powerful sex and trauma healing program.
Yeah.
For that. Karine says she had to run. She'll catch the replay, and she says, thanks, Lisha. Luke says, I've seen my twin flame in a dream before, so I put that figure 8 between our hearts.
Yeah.
Beautiful. Thanks, Luke. Yeah, I just felt so like clean, like my energy was mine, and whatever from the past is where it needs to be. And yeah, it's very empowering. Thanks, Lisha. Well, if folks want to follow all your awesome daily TikTok activation transmission,
All that. So everything. Yeah, my website, if you are looking for therapy or love, is lishaantiqua.com. And Tarek and I are doing a really incredible healing. There's like 6 modules. We're not sure what we're calling it yet, but it does go into healing sexual trauma and all your money blocks. It is really powerful, and we've been working hard on it for quite a while, and we're figuring out exactly where it's supposed to go, and we know it's going to open up. So be on the lookout for that when we launch that. And then TikTok, Dr. Lisha Antiqua, everywhere, Dr. Lisha Antiqua, if you want to follow me. Reach out, say hi, let me know you're from here and everything. Luke, thank you so much for participating and being verbal. You can unmute yourself if you want. Do you have any questions or anything you want to say? Oh, you muted again. You unmuted for a second and then you muted again.
Oh, wait, I got it now.
Yay.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Oh, yeah, awesome. Thank you so much. Yeah, well, I mean, because, like, I've been trying to manifest my twin flame since 20.
Hold on one second, because.
Yeah.
There you go. Okay, say that again, because I had to turn off my music so I could hear you.
Oh, yeah. Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, cool. Well, I've been trying to manifest my twin flame since like 2020, 2019, and like I asked God and I prayed to God uh for months at the end of 2020 to reveal to me in my dream, show me my twin flame, and then I finally had a dream in 2021 in January, and God spoke to me in the dream and showed me who this man was. He was a old man, and he said he loved nature and that he was 29 years old in January 2021. So now that I know what he looks like, yeah, I just put the figure 8 between my heart and his heart. I've seen that image of him that he was in nature. So and he has a green and purple aura is what I kept on seeing. And I've also had other dreams, which I don't know if it's the same man, but I've also seen him standing up on a hill while I was like walking out of this Airbnb at a beach house that on a beach somewhere. So I don't know.
Okay, so
And
you
then
need to go
also,
beach traveling.
yeah,
You got to go beach
and
traveling with hills. You got a
sorry,
mission. You got to go beach traveling with hills.
with hills. Oh yeah, well I've actually been going to the beach a lot because it's summer in Australia right now. I live in Melbourne, so I've been going to the beach. I'm probably going there today. I had to wake up at 4 a.m. for this, and I only got like 4 hours sleep, so I'm gonna be a bit tired. But yeah, I'm probably gonna go swimming today because it's gonna be 35 degrees Celsius today, which is like 90 something. So yeah, like
Oh, nice.
I'm gonna go to the beach today and just go swimming probably. So yeah, but
Oh,
yeah,
that sounds awesome.
yeah. Thank you so much. Yeah, like I'm so excited to meet my twin flame. There's one last thing I want to share, which is actually it's right here. Oh yeah, so one of my mentors, Erica Rock, she sells these crystals called Andara crystals, which are supposedly from outer space. They're made out of volcanic glass, and this is my twin flame Andara, and I've had it encoded by this lady Heather Hoffman, and yeah, it's just like this is my most special crystal, and I hold it every day, and yeah, thank you so much. That's all I wanted to share. Thank you so much, Lisha. That was so beautiful.
So welcome. Yeah,
Thank
it
you.
opens up the pathway and lets it happen. Let me know when it happens, okay?
Thank you too. Thank you.
Yeah, let me know when he shows up.
I will. Thank you, Lisha, too. Thanks.
Yeah, you're so welcome. Cool. So Michael's next. Michael, thank you so much.
Beautiful, Luke. Thank you so much for sharing and asking those and sharing that insight, and say hi to the dolphins in Australia for me. Lisha, let's all send her all our gratitude, thanks, blessings, best of intentions, infinite success on all levels. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Virgo goddess, for blessing us with your wisdom, your energy, your lightness. So many takeaways. I appreciate
Thank you guys so much. Enjoy the vibration, frequency, love of Michael. And thank you, Michael, again for your flexibility. I really, really appreciate it. And so do my clients. Mwah. I'm going to stick around for a half hour and listen.
Beautiful. Please do. Thank you so much, Lisha. All right. Our next guest is a soul brother of mine. Michael Moon will be discussing the delicate balance of self-love and relationship from an astrological perspective, followed by a healing music sharing, inspiring self-love, awareness, and true relationship. Michael Moon has spent 3 decades helping people align to the rhythms of the earth and the harmonies of the spheres through his healing music and astrological counseling. Michael's numinous and contemplative music can take the engaged listener on an unforgettable journey within. His multi-award winning discography of over a dozen albums features a unique production style focused on the principles of sound healing while foregoing synthesizers, loops, and samples for layers of organic acoustic instruments, creating an atmosphere that is very conducive for healing and rejuvenation. Albums of instrumental psychoacoustic sounds designed to help the body engage in the healing process sit alongside albums of contemplative, life-affirming songs that celebrate our connection to earth, body, spirit, and the transformational journey of life. Alongside his music is aside from his music, Michael Moon is an acclaimed astrologer practicing internationally for over 25 years. He's moved by the poetry of the sky and is passionate about sharing how it can guide our personal journeys here on Earth. His focus is not on telling the future, but helping his clients co-create their best possible future. Individually through astrology and collectively through music, Michael's intention is to help us reconnect to our deepest nature and align to our unique soul's path where we can find inner and outer peace. My first ayahuasca ceremony had Michael Moon. We were so blessed. We had Michael Moon right with us while I had my first ayahuasca ceremony, and he was doing his sound alchemy live in one of the most vulnerable, powerful experiences of my life. And then the next time I see him, I'm listening to his album on my earphones, and then I see him in front of me at a health show. And just while I was messaging him about wanting to be a part of this, his song randomly plays on my Spotify. So your music is the soundtrack to my life, and I would love it to be the soundtrack of everyone's life here. Michael Moon, thank you for blessing us with your time and energy, brother. And happy belated birthday. Let's send him a happy belated birthday energy blessing. Thank you, brother.
Thank you. Can you hear me loud enough?
Loud and clear.
Awesome. I'm going to talk in this mic just so I'm ready to entertain you, do something else other than just the talking and meditations. But I will talk a bit. Thanks for the introduction, Tarek.
You're welcome, brother. I'm here in the background. If you need anything, I'm right here.
Awesome. So it's been a beautiful journey. Thank you. When we did the self-marriage ceremony earlier, that's something I did many years ago. And I'm actually wearing the ring that I bought for myself. And I bring it up because it's an example of astrology mixed with co-creating your future, trying to understand yourself and relationships and how to work with them. So I have Saturn in my 7th house of relationships. So I chose a stone of Saturn, a sapphire, to go on my relationship wedding-ish ring finger to symbolize my commitment, Saturn, to myself. And to remember not to always give myself completely away, as we've been learning about this afternoon. And it is truly, really important. It's very hard to go into the full magic of astrology in something like this because it's so individual. Everybody's chart is a unique expression. But I do want to give a taste of how we understand relationships from an astrological perspective, because it's very helpful. And one of the best ways I can do that is an example from my own chart. Tarek mentioned it's my birthday. And so that means I'm Aquarius. But I tended to attract Scorpio style people, highly emotional people. Aquarius is very air, unemotional in its archetypal form. It's not like a person's unemotional, but the archetype of Aquarius is an unemotional archetype. So I could be in a victim mode of why do I always attract this kind of person? But as soon as you get into astrology and you go deeper, you realize, as in my case, yes, I'm an Aquarius sun, but I have a Scorpio moon. So to complete myself, and because, in the pop culture astrology, they would say Scorpio doesn't get along with Aquarius. So I could easily say, why do I attract these Scorpios? They don't get along with me. Screw them all. Or don't. But with the astrology, you can immediately see that this is actually an important relationship dynamic for me to embrace this discrepancy within my own psyche between my highly emotional Scorpio moon and my dry intellectual Aquarius sun. And so this dynamic is going to play out in my relationships until I develop that relationship with that part of myself. So when I was young and disconnected from the emotional side and played out the Aquarius, I would attract the highly emotional relationships to force me into my Scorpio moon. And that's the soul talking. This is how we learn. This is how we grow. And the amazing thing about astrology is it shows it all right there. And you can see in one's life how these things play out. And again, these are very individual, so it's very hard to give a broad thing, but what it shows is how important it is to really get to know oneself and to not feel victimized by life. When things are coming up, there's a reason, and astrology can really help understand that reason. So one of the key things in relationship and astrology is the sun-moon midpoint. It's what brings these two parts of ourselves together. And so I have no earth in my chart, but my sun-moon midpoint is in Capricorn. And so who do I tend to, my most important relationships in my life have been Capricorns, because they help bring it together. That grounded earthy energies really helps bring it together. And so these things are very complex. It's not like, oh, I'm an Aquarius, so I need a Gemini or a Libra. It goes way beyond that. And what it really is about is, it's like understanding our love language, it's our Myers-Briggs, all these things, but infinitely more complex. The most important thing here, because I can't get into the complexity of each individual chart, is to understand how important it is to understand ourselves and then understand the other. So one of the most beautiful things as an astrologer is when a couple comes in and I look at both their charts and we can see the dynamic and look at how they work together and how each of those people are reflecting each other also in family dynamics. And so those things that we point the finger at in others often are usually parts of ourselves that have been dissociated. And it's amazing to just see that in the chart versus just it being a kind of concept. And so really understanding ourselves. Our moon is what we feel. It's what nurtures us. So as Tarek mentioned earlier, it's so important to understanding what it is that we need to feel good is the moon. The sun is our general expression. Venus is what we're attracted to. Mars is how we get it. And everything else, the ascendant, how we present ourselves to the world, and there's a whole pattern. And it's the dynamics between all these planets and how they speak to each other that creates the interesting information. So having said all that, there's not much more I want to say because I'd like to just take us on a journey of self-love. And I think that this whole theme of this afternoon has really been about that, and it's been really beautiful, and I'm honored to be a part of it and to add this into the picture. So take this musical interlude as a meditation, as a time to hold yourself, let the words speak to you in whatever way the poetry lands, the sounds relax you. And take some time just to be with yourself and to not have to think about things and to just let yourself feel yourself. And the more we love ourselves, the more we understand ourselves, it's so much easier to relate to others. And sometimes the relationships that we long for are right here, just like the core relationship we long for is ourselves, and we're right here, but we tend to forget that and always look out into the world. So sit back, relax, and feel the love. When will I ever learn to trust the whispers of the soul? Till this tempest tears his bones to shreds. Twilight woman with golden thread, beckoning me from the dead. The house shakes in the raging storm. I'm called to the wedding. I'm guided on. The dove and the raven sing my song. Where do I belong? Here in my midnight home, the stone and feathers all alone. I disappear in every breath I take. A mystery lies at my feet. All of nature dance for me. Show me how to comprehend your song. The wind stirs the roses by the gate on the hill. I step through the threshold, if it be your will. Be still. I'm called to the wedding. I'm guided on. The jewel in the lotus, ancient song. Where do I belong? And take me in, hold me tight, wrap me in your burning light. On the road for 7 days, 7 years have passed me by. That it tears in these ragged clothes, a trick of light plays before my eyes. Here it is, the light of day. Here it is, she comes my way. Here it is, dressed in silver light.
Here it is, beloved wife. Here it is. Deep within the wood, much farther than I should. I see a light, I see a smile, my heart is like a bird soaring through the trees. I'm lost, you're all I need. Take me away, it's here I'll stay in your realm of fairy. Your realm of fairy. Then you come and kiss me as I fall into your sea. Waves of love and light appears, all familiar voices strong, calling me through the undergrowth, opening into one. The harmonies of the spheres are ringing in my ears. rising through the glowing sky into your atmosphere. Your rarefied atmosphere. Then you come and kiss me as I fall into your sea. Ways of love and light appears, all familiar Through the mists you take my hand, lead me through your land, showing to me my greatest fears. Oh, I can barely stand. I'm down on my knees. Your love, it makes me bleed. You took everything and gave to me all I need. You're all that I need. Then you come and kiss me. maybe not from the sources you have poured yours, maybe not from the direction you've been staring at. Twist your head around. It's all around you. All is full of love. It's all around you. All is full of love. 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 All is full of you just take receiving. Your phone's been offered. Your doors have all been shut. And even the angels can't get through. But all is full of love. 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 I'd like to invite you into a meditative holding of your heart, all the places that might have been hurt.
do a little practice called Ho'oponopono, which I'll do in song. And you can sing along with this little chant if you like, or just take it in. But it's really potent to speak these words or feel these emotions to yourself. For all the things that are out in the world that you think, oh, this person's like this, or the world situation is like that, and it's so bad, and you want it to change. According to this practice, it's very similar to the Buddhist metta meditation, but this comes from Polynesia. It is the idea that the seeds of suffering are within us, and though we don't have to understand what that means, to just trust that and hold that place of suffering within and share these sentiments. I'm so sorry, forgive me. With all my heart, I love you, and I thank you. Take anything in your life that feels out of balance, hold it in your heart. Sing along with us. You're comfortable. I'm so sorry. Forgive me. With all my heart I love you. I thank you. I'm so sorry. Forgive me. Though my heart I love you. I thank you. So sorry. Forgive me. Though my heart I love you. I thank you. So sorry. Forgive me. With all my heart I love you. I thank you. So sorry. Forgive me. With all my heart I love you. I thank you. So sorry. Forgive me. With all my heart I love you. I thank you.
with all my heart I love you. I thank you. Return to love, the river singing. Return to love, drop in the flow. Return to love, the wind it whispers. Open your heart and let it all go. I know in time we'll see it come around. The lonely faces of the crowd, out of our suffering, we return to love. Letting go with the sunset, letting go with the moon, moving and flowing with nature's cycles, infinite spirals into the new. Settle in this moment, feel it near. Let the angels whisper in your ear. Out of our loneliness, love appears. Falling through the shadows into this burning soul, the pain of a bleeding petals aching to unfold. Return to love. 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 Hear the song born of silence. Deep in the moment the notes appear. A virgin birth from the stillness where you and I disappear. Oh, I know in time we'll see it come around. I can see the love now spread through the crowd. Out of our suffering, we return to love. Returning to a place where we are all. Returning to the sacred temple unfolding petaled dew, feeling my soul break through. Awareness and rapture, this moment so clear. All I wished for is here. Perfect love, precious soul, this moment a river that flows. Let your burdens go. Let the river flow. Let it go. Breathing waves, caressing my shore, the infinite dissolving my borders, entering the ocean, this realm and that flows, drifting through the gateway of my soul. Perfect love, precious soul, this moment a river that flows. Let your burdens go. Let the river flow. Only you are perfect and whole. This moment a river that flows through your soul. Let it go. Let your burdens go. Resting inside, perfect stillness, home of peace, wrapped in silence so deep, resting inside the cradle of my heart, my soul, a love I can never part. Perfect love, precious soul, this moment a river
Is anybody still there? So
Is there
strange.
anybody out there? We're here, brother. Thank you for the serenation. We're just, I don't know, it's taking me to a very peaceful, receptive place.
Sweet. That's the idea. It's been a beautiful afternoon. And there's a little time left. If there's any questions, anybody wants to interact in any way.
I can share some of the messages with you, brother, till you play your next
Sure.
track. So Lisha says, absolutely beautiful. Serenation, love the music, says Luke. Lisha says, thank you so much. Luke says, wow, spiritual medicine, sound for the soul and spirit. Nirjarini loves the music, says it was amazing. Luke said, I started crying my eyes out about his mom. So Luke cried his eyes out about his mom. Oh, it's beautiful, brother.
Thank you.
And if you guys have any questions, please put it in the chat. And I'll put Michael Moon's YouTube link for now. He's such a beautiful heart. All he asked for his birthday was for people to follow his music, and makes sense. He's got his life work of music is there. So I'll put the link. And if you guys could just reciprocate the love given by following his music and sharing it if you enjoy it.
Thank you so much. Yes, for some reason the YouTube channel is just not taken off, and it's really my favorite way to reach people. Facebook buries any YouTube link I put, and so if it really helps me out if you like the music at all to just subscribe to my YouTube channel. And if you want to find me, reach me, connect, it's thetempleofsound.com is my website. And I do readings, and I have many CDs, which are kind of no longer a thing, but I do have them. I have digital downloads on Bandcamp, all connected to my website, as well as I'm on Spotify. Follow me there and all that fun stuff. But I appreciate the love, and if there's any questions, I'm happy to answer them or end with a song if not.
I feel like a song would be great, brother. And I put the YouTube link below. If you guys are listening, please click on it, subscribe, hit the bell button, all that, like the videos. And if you're on Spotify, you can do the same.
I do want to give a shout out, actually. In the middle there, I spontaneously did a song by Bjork called All Is Full of Love. So that was, everything else was mine, but that is a Bjork song. So blessings to that beautiful song. And all right. Here's a real old one. It's a beautiful love song. I think this sort of speaks everything we've been talking about today. I wrote this song as a spiritual love song, meaning it was a song to my guru, it was a song to myself, and it was a song to my beloved, all at the same time. And I really think that's what love is. It's all of that. I also apologize. My voice is kind of weak today because I'm just coming out of a month of pneumonia.
Can we all send Michael Moon some extra special, miraculous, full recovery energies? Thank you, brother.
This was written so long. This was written so long ago. It was I used the word Alleluia instead of Om Namah Shivaya because nobody knew what Om Namah Shivaya was at the time, or not nobody, but the general public.
You in my life are the moon and the sunshine. You got the stars in your eyes. You're the light that ever surrounds me. You guide me home. You in my life crystal mirror. You're the angel of my eye. You have faith in the love that surrounds me. You kiss my soul. Faith in the sunrise, to trust the whispers of the breeze. You let me through these broken moments. Now I believe. I just realized that Tarek would probably like me to play this song, so I'm going to squeeze it in at the end. And hope my voice holds out, because it's time to get some energy going. Because we are the love that we're seeking. We are the light. Glory, staring at the sun in your eyes, taken away by a ray of sunshine. We've got the light on our side. Have we forgotten who we are? Brighter than a billion stars, we are the light. Got the gold of the morning sunshine. We hold the doorway of a smile. We light the way to a new tomorrow, dancing down the road another mile. Have we forgotten who we are? Brighter than a billion stars, like a flash of lightning burning through the night. We are the light. Oh, the light, light, light. Gonna let my life be a spirit that lightens. I'll let my actions lead the way. Be the change I wish in others, 'cause we can bring a brand new day. Have we forgotten who we are? Brighter than a billion stars, creatures of carbon turning to diamonds bright. We are the light. made of stardust. We're light defined, alchemical shapes electrified. We're liquid crystal oscillating machines, a Taurian flow on a rainbow stream. Perfect patterns combine as you, sacred geometry, love shines through. Feel the warm animal that wraps you in this temple of light, God covered in skin. We are the light. We are the light. We are the light. We are the light. Yeah.
Yes, brother, you took us through such a beautiful journey. Thank you so much, man. Let's all send Michael Moon amazing gratitude, prayers for full recovery, get his music out there to the rest of the world in a bigger way. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Michael Moon, I've shared that song before you even sang it. I shared it on YouTube. Thank you for performing it. It's one of my faves. I believe I put the music video link for it there.
Awesome.
And guys, definitely check out my collaboration with Michael Moon. We rap remixed John Lennon's Imagine, and we really did it justice. So check it out as well. Indigo Prophet, Michael Moon, you'll see Imagine. And I'm still holding on to doing Mad World as a cover. So we'll see if we can make that happen.
Okay.
All right.
I've actually got a recording of it already. So
Oh, wow. Please send it my way.
yeah, we could do something there.
Cool, man. And then I'm working with a guy in BC for a rap remix of The Wall. So it's like the emphasis on leave those kids alone, but we'll talk more. Brother, much love. Thank you for blessing us so close to your birthday, the day you entered this world. You took us to your beautiful Aquarian magical world, and we needed that. Thank you so much.
Thank you, everyone. Blessings.
All right. All right. Let's keep it going. So the links are in the chat. Feel free to check them out. And I'll introduce our next guest now. This is our last, the following guests. I can't even talk. Our following guests will be the last guests for today's event. It's been such a beautiful journey. We started at 12 p.m. 5 hours ago, and here we are. So thank you all. And forgive me for anyone watching this as a replay. We tried so hard to get it live on YouTube, and we're running up with so many challenges. I'm meeting with my tech team tomorrow, and we will re-upload it there so you guys can catch all the replays. Our next guests have been people that I have been going to every time they had a new video. I got so excited, and that rarely happens on YouTube because there's so much misinformation and just dull stuff. And they were speaking directly to my experience being in a sacred union. And I learned so much about relationships, not just the, soulmate twin flame stuff. It's like the real deep stuff, the real deep work. So I'm so grateful that they get to be on our stage to close us out with their wisdom, with their light, with their energy. Ryan and Sarah love to work with those who are committed to the path of self-devotion, where one learns to lean into their personal power of self-care rituals while facing the inevitable contractions that come with being in a long-term soulmateship. I love how everyone's got their twist on how to say a soulmate. Sarah and Ryan, if you are there, feel free to share your video. There you guys are. Thank you so much for blessing us with your energies.
Yeah, it's good to be here.
Likewise, I'm right here behind the scenes, guys, if you need anything, but the stage is yours. Thank you so much. You guys look super vibrant.
Great.
Yeah,
Yes.
it's an absolute pleasure to be here with all of you on this special day. We're in Australia right now, so we're a day ahead. We had V-Day yesterday, but for many of you in the States or Europe, happy celebration of yourself ultimately. And as Tarek just said, like a depthful, the way in which he found our content, it goes deep into these particular topics. And what arises for me as I hear that is the only way that we've been able to really dive into these topics of sacred union and deep, profound devotion to the self is through the trials and tribulations that we've been through and the enormous contractions, the enormous twists and turns at every stage of this 6-year-long partnership journey. Yeah. And it's been really, really, really challenging. And we were just speaking this morning, tuning in about what we would want to share with anyone who's wanting to go deeper with themselves, wanting to, call in an extraordinary relationship or transform your relationship. And, our relationship was really, really difficult. And we were speaking about, like, if there was one thing that we wanted to hear from people back in the day when we were really struggling and we were really in the deep work phase of the relationship where all the reflections are coming up, ultimately, I feel we would have wanted to call in people like us of where we are now on the journey who didn't necessarily go into a soulmate partnership just feeling like, oh, this is so nice. Oh, I've met my person. We bonded and became best friends first and decided to not even go there. And then when we did really feel intimately connected with one another, we went into a polyamorous relationship and we're living in a spiritual community in Ubud, Bali. And, it was really difficult. It was really difficult. And, there was a lot of betrayal. There was a lot of all of the shadow that was being held inside of both of our bodies. It started to purge in really, at times, very unhealthy and destructive ways. And for many years, we rode roller coasters in our relationship of profound sorrow and anger and rage and resentment. And so, it was almost like it was touching to even be laying on the bed speaking about this and remembering that cycle and just going, and I just sighed and just said to Ryan, that was so hard. That was so hard. My heart can just still feel the difficulties of that. And, if anything, I just want us to sit here and just share with anyone who's currently in relationship, or you're calling it in, or you're closing out a relationship. We know how difficult it can be. And, but at the same time, it's really beautiful to see our relationship with ourselves and therefore the living, breathing entity, the relationship, which is its own living, breathing thing, that we are constantly putting energy to, or we're taking energy. It's like putting money into a bank account or taking money out of the bank account. And every time we critique someone, or we judge someone, or we make a mean little snarky comment, or we speak unconsciously, we're taking money out of that bank account. And the tipping scales for us is when we stopped taking money out and we kept on putting more money in, even when our hearts weren't open. All of the tantra retreats we went to that were showing us how to fall in love with ourselves again and fall in love with one another. And some of the first exercises are, well, let's put rose petals on each other's bodies and wash each other's feet. And meanwhile, we're sitting there okay, it's very difficult to put your heart on the line when your heart is feeling very closed. It's I'm trying to put money into this bank account, but I don't feel like I have any money in my bank account. And I'm feeling like if I put money into this bank account, you're just going to withdraw it. And then I'm just left with nothing again. It's so vulnerable. This journey is so tender.
Yeah, which is why it's so important for us to be, instead of serving the other person, serving ourselves first, making sure that we have our needs met and we are really honoring ourselves and our needs before we kind of try to put the money into the bank account of our relationship, because we ultimately can't give to another until we first give into ourselves. But another thing that I want to share about the beginning of our relationship is we're sold this bill of goods that through movies and through media that, we meet our soulmate and we just fall in love and it's just happily ever after. And our experience, we watch this in some movies from time to time and we go, oh, wouldn't that have been nice? Wouldn't that have been a pleasant experience? But what we have found is actually when you meet the person that you're meant to be with, a lot of the shadow will come up. You will start facing aspects of yourself. You will start dealing with aspects in your partner that were never alive in previous relationships or previous experiences, because it's almost like there's a lot of things that need to get worked through when first coming together. And that's the reason why when we first, started becoming intimate and, exploring this relationship, some of our deepest, darkest things started to rise up to the surface, and we had to face aspects of ourselves that we never even imagined we had to face ultimately.
Yeah, we've got these familial frequencies that are in the body, and it's very confusing because when we've lived a childhood with mild to severe neglect, which is the 100% of the human population, neglect doesn't need to be an abusive parent or anything. Neglect could be your parents were trying the method of you soothing yourself in the crib and leaving you to cry an extra 30 seconds, which to a baby who's in the non-linear time frame of the quantum, that could feel like lifetimes of grief, lifetimes of aloneness, of disconnection from the creator. And why am I in this realm? So we've all got those frequencies in our being, and there's no stronger container, there's no stronger field that will want to purge those energies from your body than an intimate partnership.
Yeah.
Because there's so much expectation, there's so much assumption built into that relational dynamic and that relational field. Every little girl that has watched Cinderella and all of these Disney movies has frequencies in her nervous system. He will come and save me.
Yeah.
And this is why we've got the shadow feminine who's running rampant on planet Earth right now. We've already been through the Me Too. We've already been through a very, very deep look with the magnifying glass at the shadow masculine and his abusive ways of wanting to take and devour the innocence and, not having sexual mastery within his own being. And more recently, we're taking a very good look at our counter, at the counter opposite, the shadow feminine, the woman who lacks emotional intelligence. And she may go as far as critiquing, complaining, yelling at her partner, controlling, speaking over him, disrespecting him. Or it could just be the subtle emasculation that most women are doing that, I'm still training myself out of it. It's such a deep part of everything that I've ever witnessed in every woman on planet Earth. The sighing and, oh, you didn't get the lemons, and the constant disappointment, which just aggravates the shame and the guilt living inside of the male body. Anyway, I forgot what tangent I was on.
No, that's really beautiful. Yeah, it's so interesting to see, us looking at, the shadow masculine throughout the years. And then now it's this, focus on the shadow feminine and how that is playing into our everyday relationships, where most people have, most men are living in a disempowered state in their relationship, and oftentimes most women are too, but it comes out in these shadow actions, the complaining, the giving a hard time, the, just focus on the other as opposed to focusing on oneself. And I think ultimately one of the reasons why that takes place is because we're not feeling safe inside. And so we try to manipulate the outside world to get the outside world to make us feel safe, but it's not an outside thing, it's an internal job. And so in relationship, one of the key aspects is creating a sense of safety within oneself first, and then creating that in the relationship, because that's really when you start to spiral upwards and stop spiraling downwards. When I'm feeling unsafe or when she's feeling unsafe, there's going to be these little shadow aspects of self that are going to get activated and start jabbing at the relationship and almost kind of creating this downward spiral effect. But when we can create safety, when I can create safety within, when she can create safety within, and then we come together, it's like, okay, we have this foundation beneath us that is solid, that we can rely upon. And then we can kind of create this experience of spiraling upwards together.
Which is, so a relationship's an amplifier. It's kind of like when you smoke marijuana or you do one of these things, it's an amplifier, and you're like, I'm so anxious, or I'm like thinking all these thoughts, and it's like, no, those things are amplifying something that's already inside of your being, and that's really what a relationship will do.
Yeah.
It'll start to really amplify whatever's inside of you. And it can be very easy to go, well, okay, so there's a subtle nuance to this, because you know, there can be a very wounded aspect that operates in the spiritual community of, oh, I've just got to stay in this job. I've just got to stay in this partnership, even though I'm not feeling good at all. I've got to stay here and lean into what's triggering you. And like, I don't feel that that's a healthy thing at all. It's about noticing what is triggering you and going in and healing it. But we don't have to keep leaning into what's triggering us. We have an inner child consciousness that's living in our body that's constantly looking at us to see what kind of decisions and, you know, behavioral functions we're making, and is it in support to their safety, or is it not in support? And based upon that, that's going to be ruling our inner child's our nervous system. It's ruling our emotional body. So if we're constantly trying to lean into our triggers, it's like we can very easily lose our balance and our equilibrium in life, and then start to feel like, what am I doing? You know, like leaning into a spiritual group that turns out to be a cult or something like that. We've all been there. At least I have. And so relationships amplify. And so what are we amplifying? Are we amplifying the positive frequencies? Are we amplifying what we're both adding into the bank account? Or are we doing the death spiral where someone's complaining and then the other person's upset? You know, every argument, and we used to argue every day, and some of our arguments were like
Ridiculous.
Volatile,
Yeah.
like cataclysmic. Like our poor dog, who psychics told us, you're soon going to have a black dog in your life. We were in Bali at the time, living in Bali. Soon enough, you're going to have a black dog in your life, and he's going to help burn up all of the karma between you two.
Yeah.
And then I go to a meditation retreat, and I had a vision of us having a black dog. And within 2 months, a black dog has moved into our life. And he's not just a black dog. He's like a human, you know, those animals that are like truly human spirits, ancient elders in a dog body. And so we would have these catastrophic arguments, and he would just be in the corner, like purifying and burning up the karma, just like looking at us in like as a silent witness, running around different rooms of the house, yelling, no. He's just following us and just looking at us. But no, following me, yeah, because he knew that I was the most untethered one. Like I was like the one that was, you know,
needed the most support.
So are we death spiraling, or are we spiraling upwards?
Yeah.
You know, and it took us some years in our relationship to even know that it was possible with these two souls coming together, that we could spiral upwards in profound ways, and what that would feel like. And it does require some level of worthiness inside of our body, because when we've got these familial patterns from childhood of chaos or stress or turmoil or anything, that's what we start to believe we're worthy of.
Yeah.
And so it's almost like we're rewriting the story of what a relationship could be. We're deciding together as a couple, what would our own personal variation of heaven on earth look like in our life if we activated that template through our DNA together as one? What would that look like? What would that feel like? Ease, grace, the sacred feelings within the house. You know, it wouldn't be stress, it wouldn't be overwhelm, it wouldn't be anger and resentment.
Yeah. And I think the thing that helped us break free of those troubling times is, at the time, it was so easy for us to blame the other person. You know, it was so easy for me to kind of project outwards, oh, it's all her fault, and she did the same thing to me, right? And then that just created this downward spiral effect, because we're always blaming the outside world for our internal triggers and our internal issues. But when we can start seeing the relationship as medicine, as, hey, this is appearing in my relationship because it's teaching me a lesson. And what is that teaching me about myself? What energies do I have stored within my body that the relationship is just a manifestation of? So instead of me trying to fix the outside world, let me actually do my own inner work and focus on the energies that lie inside of my body and transmute them and resolve them so that they're actually not appearing in the relationship. This happened with us, you know, from my perspective, and you could speak about yours, but when we were going through those troubling times, the thing that it really amplified within me was shame, was guilt. And that, as a man, is something that men have to resolve and work through, or else they carry it through the rest of their lives, and it just gets amplified in every single one of their relationships. And when a man is not actually getting in touch with his shame, with his guilt, and purging that out of his body and out of his psyche, it takes a toll on his life and takes a toll on his relationship. And so when we were going through those times, I was, instead of focusing on her and how she can change and how she shouldn't have done this or should have done that or shouldn't have said this and all of these things that the mind likes to latch onto, okay, what is this teaching me about myself? Oh, wow, this is making me face shame and guilt that has stored within my body for years, for decades, and I've never been able to touch it. I've never been able to access it. In fact, I didn't really even know what shame was. I didn't know the distinction of what shame and what guilt is, but men in particular store shame and guilt a little bit more than the feminine on average, it feels. And so when we start getting in touch with that and we start resolving it in a way, we can kind of let go of these wounds that lie within us so that they don't just keep amplifying and repeating in our relationships throughout time. Yeah.
I think women, women definitely have this as well in our own ways, but it just manifests. It's like men, it's almost like the shame of who I am. Women, it's oftentimes shame around sexuality, shame around their body. But no, shame and guilt, it's huge in men. And we have to look at this theme because, as I was mentioning before, the theme that we're in, evolutionaries, humanity, shines the light of awareness on different themes so that it can come up and out. And there has been a huge theme for several months, even 12 months now, around bringing the shadow feminine into society and really understanding what that is. And it can be very easy, what we did in the Me Too movement and that whole period where we were like, this is not okay that that women are constantly getting sexually abused. And there's a shadow and there's a light to every evolutionary phase. The light is that it brought up awareness of this topic and it helped women to start sharing their voice, which is a huge part of sharing their yoni, healing their yoni in their womb. It's like, first we've got to share here, and that starts to really connect that whole circuitry system that allows the healing.
Yeah.
But then the shadow aspect of that is that when we start bringing awareness to something, just due to the level of consciousness that's currently, at the level of humanity, is that we do go into this like blaming.
Yeah.
We don't look, we're looking at someone else instead of looking at ourselves. And so we've got to be really aware at this time as we're looking at the shadow feminine women, which is the shaming, the blaming, the criticizing, the complaining, the deep sighs, the emasculation, the saying no to intimacy, the disrespect, the cutting off. We see it in every Hollywood movie with the goofy dad. And then like the mum's just kind of like constantly rolling her eyes at him, like all of these characteristics. That's the shadow feminine. That's not sacred union. You can't spiral upwards in that state because there isn't a complete devotion, worship, respect. Like even those words are triggering for most women, especially in relationships. You want me to worship my man? No way. I'm not giving my power away to him. Like that's an unhealed dynamic, because why wouldn't we worship a person, devote ourselves, be in reverence to a person who loves us and all he wants to do is serve us? All he wants to do is make sure that we feel okay, that we feel safe. If that was the relationship dynamic, which we now have, it would be very different. So what we've got to look at is the shadow feminine is very alive in society right now, but there's a symbiotic relationship with the shadow masculine, which is the shame and the guilt. It is that I'm not a good person. And if your partner's not respecting you, then you're not respecting yourself, because not for a second would you tolerate someone disrespecting you or speaking over you if in some way you weren't already doing that to yourself. So there's a symbiosis to every shadow feminine and shadow masculine and the way in which it's playing out. And we've got to look at that relationship with self, because otherwise we're just going to keep on landing into that same dynamic.
Totally. Yeah. And that's something that we massively experienced in the beginning of our relationship, is the shadow masculine, shadow feminine dynamic. And we had to get ourselves out of that patterning, because it's become so normal in modern day society for man to treat woman like that, or woman to treat man like that. And it took a lot of time, it took a lot of effort, and we had to really catch ourselves. And again, it was this relearning of how to stop focusing on the other person and just focusing on oneself, and focusing on how we can start rising and start stepping up in a way into my divine masculine, into her divine feminine, regardless of what the other person is doing, regardless of what they said or whatever. I'm still going to rise. I'm still going to step up into the best version of self that I possibly can, because I know that that is the greatest way to create harmony in the relationship, as opposed to, oh, she should change, like she shouldn't have done that. She should do this. It's like, no, let's take our power back in a way and realize how much power we have to make the shift in the relationship simply by shifting ourselves.
And if both people were doing that, then you would experience the relationship, an extraordinary relationship. And this is a really good energy field to work with, even though intimate relationships can be the most difficult one. If we learn some level of empowerment and mastery, this will echo and reverberate and reflect in every single area of our life, because the truth is everything in the multiverse is built on relationships. Like the whole social media network that has blown up on planet Earth, all about relationships, bringing in new clients, money, abundance, every single thing, everything on planet Earth revolves around this, yet it's an area so many think, oh, I probably don't need to work on that, or it's just them. And every time we point outside of ourselves, we're ultimately setting ourselves up for another loop, another cul-de-sac in our life where something won't function to the extraordinary standard that we want it to. I remember, maybe 12 months ago, I can't really remember, we were still living in Bali, and I went through a Byron Katie phase. I'd gone through one like 6 years prior. And, we always revisit profound teachers at a time where our consciousness is ripe and fertile to receive new codes. It's like a lot of people, like every time I read Eckhart Tolle, The Power of Now, I receive something different. And it's because our consciousness is always a roadmap to receive something else. And there was about a 12-month period ago where I did the Byron Katie thing again, and I listened to an audiobook of hers called The Work on Relationships. And it changed my life. It really did. It was like I was so ripe and ready. My consciousness was so ripe and ready to step into the next level of accountability and responsibility. And every single time I'm ever feeling something towards him, to really just keep turning something around and just seeing, can I find that frequency inside of myself? And the mind will go, no, but he's doing it way more. No, but that habit, that thing is way worse on him. But it's like, no, just dropping all of that. Can I find that frequency within my own being right now? And every single time it's a yes. And just even that one acknowledgement inside of, yeah, that's a yes, I can find that. It's like something just completely unravels and detaches in our nervous system of something that we're ultimately holding, and we're keeping it locked in place by pointing at someone else, by saying like, yeah, but you're doing that and that's annoying me and la la la. We're just running from something that's actually wanting to leave our own being so that we can purify and rise into a more self-actualized, self-realized version of self. And then that ownership of, yeah, I can find that. Okay. And just letting go and letting that release, it moves us into a deeper space of presence where we can actually be present and where we're actually feeling safer inside of ourselves. Because when we're just running around looking at the external world, pointing blame and judging, our inner being is constantly going to feel unsafe, because it's not an emotionally intelligent thing to do. Emotional intelligence is where we're constantly looking inside and choosing that we are the leader. We are the leader of our own life. If we want to get to higher terrain, to higher frequencies, if we want to birth heaven on earth through our being, it's only us. No one's coming to save us. Your partner's not responsible to change. Your boss, anyone in your reality, the work always starts within.
As you were just speaking, it's funny, I was thinking unsafety, and then you just kind of said that at the very end there. But I wanted to ask you, it seems like men, when they're acting in their shadow masculine, it seems like one of the reasons why that is because they haven't necessarily dealt with their shame or their guilt, right? I believe one of the reasons why the shadow feminine arises is because they haven't dealt with their sense of unsafety. I think it's the feeling of unsafety that causes women to act. They complain, they nag, whatever the shadow aspects are that come through us. It seems like it's as a result of not feeling safe. or maybe even being resentful for the fact that safety is not present in the relationship. But ultimately, it seems like that sense of safety is created from within, not needing to seek it in your partner.
And I can just speak to my own experience, and I've worked with many, many women in this particular niche, and it's really changed my life, their life, and integrating your inner man and like letting go of any little tentacles or hooks that are assuming that you have to get something from your partner, that your partner should be meeting a need, and constantly internalizing and just moving through, giving yourself a 3-month grace portal of like, okay, I'm going to keep doing this, and I'm going to keep doing this in myself. And if in 3 to 6 months my partner is still not elevating, because one of two things will happen. Your partner, as soon as you start creating that safety inside of yourself, or working through the shame and the guilt, whatever it is active inside of you, as soon as you start doing that, your partner's going to mirror you. It'll be instantaneous. There's been so many moments in my life where I've had a huge breakthrough. I've started working with a new business mentor, or I've had a breakthrough spiritually, or whatever it is. And my mind will come in, the little narrator, and will go, oh, well, Ryan's not going to be able to meet you at this next level. Oh, but now he needs to get this support too. Like that's the shadow aspect of the feminine, constantly fixing and changing and trying to make him evolve. And then somehow I surrender and I come back together with him. And he's like embodied. It's like he's broken through and downloaded the same thing I have. So one of two things will happen. You'll do this inner recalibration work, and your partner will become a spitting image mirror of you, and they will start to change in miraculous ways, and you won't even be able to figure out how. It will make no sense, because life is a hologram, and that partner, that being, does not exist in the way our mind understands it to. They really are just a mirror of your own energy system. Or the other thing will happen, which is the soul of that being will not be ready, and that's okay. And you will no longer feel a resonance to be around them, because the love inside of you is changing. And if they are not mirroring that love, it'll just be a non-resonance. It'll just be like a graceful, okay, I'm feeling this much love inside of myself and it's not being mirrored. So I'm actually not wanting that to be in my reality. I want a new reflection now. It will be very effortless. It won't be like eating a pint of ice cream, watching Bridget Jones's Diary on the couch, like, oh, like those breakups. That's like a 3D breakup. A 5D breakup is like, oh, this is no longer a resonance for me. I love you. Thank you. And just trusting that the new reflection is going to be such an accurate depiction of what I'm emanating right now.
Yeah, it's very beautiful to see that, because we work with a lot of people that are either struggling in their relationship, or they're desiring to call in a new relationship. And so when working together, we really help them focus on their inner work and healing themselves and resolving these shadow aspects of self that come up in relationship and out of relationship. But ultimately, it's not just intimate relationships, it's relationships with your coworkers, with your boss, with your family. And when they start healing that and resolving these things, then all of a sudden their external reality starts to shift. Either the partner that they're with rises and meets them, or they kind of just fall away, and then they end up manifesting a beautiful relationship with the next person that they never thought they could ultimately be with, or they had this self-worth to be with. But then they just focus on themselves and they start doing their internal work, and they rise their sense of self-worth, they rise their sense of safety, and then what do you know, they meet the man of their dreams, in a short time after that. And so it's really beautiful to see that happening. Or maybe the person is in a relationship that they're really desiring to go to their next level, but they've been almost hitting a glass ceiling where they can't quite pierce through individually or with their partner. And then in a short amount of time, they end up piercing through, and both people go from a relationship that wasn't working for either one of them, with all these shadow aspects of self that are arising constantly, to both of them rising together, and they start creating this pattern of spiraling upwards together, and they create the relationship of their dreams and the life of their dreams, because they are both committed to each of their ascensions, and both committed to no longer externalizing, it's your fault, oh, if only he didn't do this, oh, if only they didn't speak to me like this. And they start internalizing it and realizing what inside of me is creating this external reality. What energy do I have within? What guilt, what shame, what lack of unsafety or sense of lack of safety do I have within that's actually creating this experience in the world? And then when I resolve that, when I shift that, when I heal that, then all of a sudden the external reality starts to shift and transform as well.
Yeah, and a big part of this, and the big part of the work that we've done, and you know, probably how a lot of people know us on YouTube, is the masculine and feminine energetics, because we've gone very deep into that. When we came into this relationship, I was hyper masculine, and Ryan, we were the wounded variations of the masculine and the feminine. So Ryan was passive and disempowered and
wasn't speaking my truth, and not in touch with my shame or my guilt.
And then I was controlling, hypervigilant, non-trusting, you know, all of the things. So, you know, what we've been interested in speaking about, and it's going to be a huge theme in a program that is coming up late March, called Limitless Love, which is coming into the highest, spiraling into your highest potential, the infinite, you know, creator being that you are, and really redesigning your life through, you know, no longer just falling into the subconscious default of what we think and what we can expect from our life, but moving into that infinite potentiality and getting out of that predictable field. And so the masculine and the feminine is a huge theme in the work that we do. And it's a conversation that we've had many, many times of like, why are we so wounded on planet Earth? Like, why is it that a woman is trying to launch her soul business and keeps burning out? Why is it that a man is like trying to do what he's trying to do, but keeps losing motivation or keeps feeling disconnected from his power? Why can't we just ebb and flow? Why do so many people have yin deficiencies, or they're hyper yang, or there's too much something in the liver or too much something in the kidneys? It's like, why can't we just be in balance? And a big theme that we've come to speak about and come to really move through within our own systems is that connects to the mother and the father wound. Because, you know, these are the two beings in our life that we're absorbing these energies from. We're getting to know these energies, and this, in the way most of us experienced it, has been so dysfunctional that we didn't get to know what a healthy divine feminine, what a healthy divine masculine looks like, what it feels like. And just coming back to what I was speaking to before about the women that I work with, you know, until a woman has really done deep work with her own inner masculine, and I'm not talking about how most people on planet Earth talk about it, of, oh yeah, my inner masculine's the one that hustles and gets things done. No, that's not, you know, like that's an aspect of masculine energy because it's yang, but your divine masculine is pure presence. It's the container. It is the container that can hold consciousness, that can hold the chaos in the void of the feminine. And so a woman's divine masculine is her ability to be a present witness to her own stuff, and to not drag other people into it, to not drag other people into her bad moods or whatever's going on for her, to feel that safety inside of her own being of like, I'm feeling really scared right now and I am in complete overwhelm, but I'm going to take myself to my room and I'm going to lie and breathe with my hands over my body, and I'm going to hold myself through this. That is emotional intelligence. That is a high emotional IQ. And when a woman and a man, but predominantly like when women learn how to hold that within their own being, you start to match up with insane things in your reality. Where men, it used to be like for me, I really wanted men to show up in my reality. My dad was absent. All of my partners were, I never had men in my life who were showing up for me really before Ryan. And even at the beginning of our relationship, there were moments where like we were walking in somewhere and he would like drop the door on me, like he would hold it for himself, leave it, and it would hit me. And I would just feel like so triggered. But the truth is I had done no work with my inner masculine. So I was not an energetic match for a man who was so sweet and picks up my feet and massages my feet and wants to cook me dinner. And I get home from yoga the other night and he's just cleaned up the whole kitchen, which was a pigsty. And I said, well, I'll do it when I get back. And all of those very little moments throughout the day where it's like, wow, I have someone in my life who is just constantly showing up for me. And the truth is we just cannot be an energetic match for that whilst we're operating with these wounds, whilst we're feeling unsafe in ourselves and we're not holding ourselves, we're not being that present, loving witness to ourselves, then we're going to keep on creating a reality where men kind of show up for a moment, but once they're laid, they leave. or they can show up for a moment and they're there, but then they're like, oh, I'm not interested anymore. It's like, what does it feel like to have someone in your life who you know is going to be there through thick and thin, and they will see you at your worst moments, but they're not going anywhere?
Yeah. Well, the beautiful part about that is one of the reasons why I would ever treat you that way is because you're treating yourself that way. You know, so if you're treating yourself poorly, then I'm going to kind of unconsciously mirror that same energy. But when you're treating yourself with a lot of self-respect, and you're serving yourself, and you're getting massages, and you're going to yoga, and you're treating yourself really good physically and mentally and spiritually, then I'm going to, you know, mirror that same energy and want to do the same thing to you. So if we really want our partner to treat us better, how can we treat ourselves better? If we really want to treat or have our boss treat us better, or our coworker, or our family member better, how can we start treating ourselves better and then emanate that energy so that they respond in kind? Because it's the exact same thing. That's the only way to do it, instead of trying to fixate on the outside world. And one point that you just brought up as well is one of the things that created the biggest transformations in our relationship is what Sarah was just saying, which is she started to take responsibility for the pain that lied inside of her. Instead of projecting that pain onto me, instead of it being so much for her that she wanted me to feel it so that I have to deal with that pain now, she started to take responsibility for that pain from childhood, pain from past boyfriends that came up, you know, all of this pain that lies inside women in particular. It lies inside all of us, of course, but in particular women and their transmuting of that pain. When you start taking responsibility for that, it shifted everything in our relationship. That was one of the biggest shifts that I had ever experienced, because you were no longer projecting that pain onto me, making it my fault or anyone else's fault for that matter. You started to say, okay, I'm feeling this. Let me sit with this. Let me not just, you know, try to throw it onto someone else's lap or to make someone else wrong for the things that I'm feeling inside. Let me take full responsibility for that. And then it completely shifted how we interacted with one another.
And the reason why, you know, that can be so challenging, and I want to bring a huge amount of compassion and empathy for any women who have not felt like they're the best at doing that, and they still notice all of these shadow feminine traits and characteristics that they're acting out. When we had caretakers who weren't emotionally attuned to us and weren't tracking our nervous systems, in fact, maybe it was reversed. Maybe you had a volatile, overly stressed, or a parent who had addiction, or maybe you had a caretaker who was just a little bit unstable, and instead of them tracking you, which is how it should be, you know, especially from 0 to 7, because we are just emotional beings and we're not in higher cognitive function whatsoever, instead maybe you're tracking them, and then you forget what it means to actually sit with yourself, or to know what you want, or to know when you need a glass of cordial versus, do you guys have cordial? Is that an Australian thing?
Cordial silver?
Never mind. Glass of water. It was like this candy syrup stuff that you'd mix with the water, and we drank a lot of it. You don't know whether you need to go do a painting or have a glass of water or go lay down or put some sneakers on. It's like all of these little micro movements that a human needs to learn how to take care of themselves. It's like we don't learn that.
Yeah.
And that's a very common thing. And that creates someone, a man or a woman, but especially a woman, where it's difficult for her to sit with her emotions. I even have it with my one-on-one clients. So, you know, many times I will, I know what cordial is, nice, Luke. Many times I'll have a woman come on it used to happen more than it does now, but you know, a woman come onto the call and she's just like, la, 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 just like vomiting all this emotion, like, help me, I'm paying you, you're my coach, you're my therapist, blah. We're doing it all the time. And even in those spaces, you know, it's safe to do it in that space, of course, but it's just about noticing, where am I not knowing that I am my own healer, that I am my own inner guiding light, and that at any moment I can put my hands on my body and breathe and really attune to myself. Like, what do I need right now? What's going on for me? And that alone is such a game changer for men and for women, because it spirals us into these deeper aspects of our being. And it creates this field of safety inside of ourselves. And then we start becoming energetic matches for different kinds of friends, and different kinds of partners, and different kinds of people, strangers on the street, because the wavelength we're on has completely changed, because of course it's always what's emanating from in here.
Right. Yeah, and the other thing that it creates is the ability to start living your life that's authentically yours, because so many people, when they're not tuning into themselves and their needs, and they're just kind of absorbing their parents' issues or their family dynamics, and they're not really tuned into themselves, they end up living a life that isn't authentically theirs. They are living someone else's life. And that's the number one regret that most people on their deathbed have, is they didn't live a life that was theirs. They lived someone else's life. And it's because our internal guidance system is off. We don't know where true north is. We don't have a map that is our authentic soul's blueprints, because we've taken on so many aspects of conditioning from society, from parents, from family dynamics, from friends. And it's like we haven't even tuned into ourselves. So part of our work recently is getting really in touch with our inner voice, with our inner guidance system. And then from that space of clarity, of internal alignment, then we can start creating the life of our dreams. Because if you haven't done that, then you're just living someone else's life. You're living a life that isn't yours. And it pains me to see people live lives that aren't authentically theirs. You know, it's one of the worst things that I see in modern day society, but it runs rampant. Everyone is doing that. And so that's one of the reasons why not just we have this program coming up, but we also have a retreat that we're putting on in Costa Rica, is creating a space for people to recalibrate and get really in touch with their internal voice, so that they can start creating the life of their dreams, as opposed to just this idea of this life one day that'll manifest. It's like, no. Take a moment and take the 5 days that we've set up here in Costa Rica in this beautiful sanctuary, create a beautiful reset, and start tuning into that inner voice and your inner intuition, your inner guidance system. And then from that place, go back to your life and start creating and manifesting the life of your dreams.
We're running a free hour-long event called Your Divine Blueprint that's happening Friday afternoon, USA, Friday evening, Europe, Saturday morning, Australia. It's happening this week, so within like a couple of days from now. And we're going to go deep into that topic of really like, who is the non-self? Where are they, you know, where are they leading us into our life? Because that's the default, right? That's the subconscious blueprint, versus the divine blueprint, which is the bravery, the courageousness to go like, no one has forged the path that I will walk on planet Earth. And I need to, my mind is a computer system, and I can acknowledge it for that beautiful ability, but my mind is constantly looking around me going, okay, that, and is this path safe? And can I do that and that? But how do I mix making movies with spirituality? And like, we're constantly looking for a blueprint. That's what the mind's already doing. But to tap into the genius, the magic, the extraordinary life that we've come here to live, we've got to leave that default. We have to create something that has never been done before, and it requires a lot of courage to be able to do that. So we are Sacred Union underscore, I believe. If you just type in Sacred Union, you'll find us on Instagram. Our website is www.livingsacredunion.com. And you're welcome to reach out to us if you want any information about that live event that's happening. We've got a free community space. And we've also got Limitless Love, which will be end of March. And then we've got late May, the Soul Revival Ancient Awakening Retreat in Costa Rica. So you're very welcome to just reach out and connect. We'd love to speak more with you. And then Sacred Union on YouTube, we've got a lot of free content on there as well.
Beautiful.
That feels like us. Thank you for having us. It's been wonderful.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, guys. A lot of beautiful insights. Are you open to some questions before you leave? And I posted the YouTube video there for everyone to. Great. So in a sacred union, our things are going to come up. I like the video that you guys did where it was like not the best way to react when someone mirrors your stuff. So it was the projection, it was the dumping. And then you guys acted out, Sarah, you acted out the healthy way on how to do that. So we can't stop the fact that everything's going to mirror our stuff back to us, whether we're in a relationship or just generally being in the world. Could you give us a few tips on the healthy ways to release the emotions underneath the triggers that get mirrored back to us?
It's a good question. I think it's very different for men and women. But
it is, and it's different at different levels. There's the fundamentals that everyone needs to do, and then you go into the advanced level. And for men, it feels, okay, so for all of us, it feels it starts with we had these big mats and yoga bolsters in our room, and we got very good at the beating of the mat and actually viscerally like moving, somatically moving energy through. And when you're hitting the mat, always using this instead of your fist, because there's a lot more subtle bone tissue and whatnot here. So just like kind of and like moving that energy through. Like sexual trauma has been a huge theme we've worked with in this container. I remembered the abuse that I went through at 3 years old in this container when we went through infidelity, and the shame of like, you did what? Like, and that rage it brought up. And I started working with all these therapists and trauma healers, and they were like, and eventually after beating and as space was being held, somatically moving this energy, I started to recognize the anger I was feeling was not towards Ryan, it was someone else. And that's how that came up. So sexual trauma has been a huge thing for us. So somatically actually like moving my body and saying no. And like we use our body as a mudra to signify to higher intelligence, to our whole being, to all of our cosmic interconnected parts. This is a no, this is a yes, you know, moving this through. I move this energy through because as children, we suppressed so much. And so, you know, I've done a lot of TRE, we've done a lot of beating of the mat. That's been really supportive for you.
Absolutely. I think it's really important for men in particular to, you know, have some sort of embodiment practice to create a safe space for his emotions to come out in a healthy container. Because if we don't provide ourselves, whether men or women, whether we don't provide ourselves, if we don't provide ourselves a healthy container for those emotions to come out in a healthy manner, they come out in a shadow manner. We become, you know, you see an adult acting like a child because they haven't, everyone is just bottled up with all their emotions inside, and they haven't allowed expression of those emotions out. They haven't created a safe container for that, for them to do so. So men in particular, you know, using the mat, beating the mat, and in particular getting in touch with a man's not just shame and guilt, but also his anger, his rage, because we as men have been programmed from a very early age. Men who are angry have created all that's wrong in the world. You know, that's kind of just instilled into us. So we just have to be nice guys. We can't allow that anger out, or else we're going to create all this malevolence that we see in the world. It's not necessarily true that we're the only ones creating it. There's plenty of other people that are creating it, but men are traditionally taught not to be in tune with their anger, with their rage inside. And so when we can give ourselves a healthy expression of that inner rage, that inner anger out, it kind of releases the pressure valve, and we go, oh, okay. You know,
and I want to speak to the advanced level of emotional alchemization, because I would have to be very pissed to ever have to beat anything nowadays, but I sit with my emotions for several hours every single day. And that involves the heart system of like actually really dropping in. And this is relevant for men and women, especially women, and really learning how to dive into emotions, or even heavy perspectives or belief systems of I'm going to run out of money, or this person, I'm going to be alone, like any of those heavy perspectives, dropping them down into the heart and fully going into that deep space of surrender until you can feel somatically that energy is intensifying is the first level. You want it to get bigger. And that's when a lot of people go, Netflix, make the popcorn, give me some chocolate. But if you can stay with it as it amplifies, and you just keep breathing it through, and just again, like letting these memories, these pains, these perspectives, these beliefs die into the heart, let them be purified in this vortex of pure magic and alchemization. And don't leave that space until you feel that shift of like, oh my God, I'm actually feeling lighter. Okay, I'm thinking about that perspective again of running out of money or dying alone or getting sick, and I'm not as scared. The point is, feel it in the heart until the charge has minimized by at least 60%, if not 100%. And for me nowadays, that's my biggest way of processing my emotions.
Yeah.
Wow. Wow, guys, thank you so much. I'm curious to know, when you're in a divine union, sacred union relationship, when would be the best time to go, hey, I think this is, like, I get the don't blame part. That was huge. Take your power back. Don't play the victim, or even observe the fact that there is a victim in us that wants to do that. And then lovingly, you know, bring it back by taking ownership. And Ryan, you mentioned that was a game changer in your relationship. I'm curious to know when is it best, in your opinion, to call someone out, or as my friend calls it, call someone in a relationship, and when is it best to just like sit back and do the silent, Jedi mind trick, masculine, like I'm fully present here, but not with the words. Sometimes someone doesn't want to be called in, right? So I'm curious to know if you guys played with that and if you have any insights around that.
Absolutely. I think when you don't have a lot of space in your relationship, you're going to address those things when the trigger is alive. And then that just creates a downward spiraling effect. Whereas if something gets triggered, you feel the need to call someone out or to address something. And if there's a trigger alive, it's like, no, hold on. Let me create the space for me to resolve this trigger as best as I possibly can, so that I don't just unconsciously project my anger, rage, or frustration on my partner or whoever it is that I'm dealing with. Let me deal with that internally, take some space, and then address it from a calm manner once I've kind of transmuted the energies from within. That is ultimately the easiest way to do it, because anything other than that just creates a downward spiraling effect of, oh, you did this, no, you did this. And then just people get into this massive argument. Whereas when I take responsibility for my frustration or my pain or my issue, and she does the same, and then we're calm, cool, and collected, and then we address it in a conscious conversation of, hey, this didn't work for me when you did that, and let's talk about it, and let's resolve it, and let's create some sort of solution for the future. That's the greatest way to resolve it.
Yeah, I heard the question slightly differently. It was, did he just answer what you asked? Because I heard a question of like when to know when you're, sorry, I think I heard it wrong.
So I'm in a relationship with someone. I feel there's an opportunity, like my bullshit detector is like, oh, there's something deeper here.
Yeah.
And I want to call her in, like, hey, is there something underneath that anger or whatever? So for us who are really empathic and sensitive, we can sense when it's not really about the guy at the store. And so when do you guys feel guided to call your partner in? Because you want your partner to get to the root of those blocks and not project outwards. And I feel like there's a time for that. And then there's this other time to, like, sometimes it does work, like, hey, thanks for calling me, and I'm gonna go deeper and see what's going on underneath this. And sometimes it's like you push that button and it just explodes on your face.
Yeah. And what I just want to add to that is, I think, with all of us in this self-development, careers, and we're healers and Reiki and trauma and it is very, very important to make sure we are not coaching our partner. And, my mantra for my family members, for my mother, for Ryan along my journey has been, everybody has a higher self. And really sitting back into that trust of like, they're going to get to the root of that thing when it's time for them. And there's been moments earlier in our relationship where I would try and point to something of Ryan's, and like, there wasn't a readiness, and we've got to trust that readiness will come in their own time. So I think it's really important to have boundaries, and immediately, like if he can feel I was hurling something and it's not about him, he would just say, baby, this isn't about me. I really feel you need to go sit with yourself. And at first, my emotional body was like, fuck you, like, I don't want to go sit with my rah. Whereas nowadays, it's like, he would probably not even have to get to the point where he would need to set a boundary and say, you need to go sit with yourself. So I think trusting, even when we can see something our partner cannot, that, I don't feel it's healthy for us to go into these relationship dynamics where we're psychoanalyzing one another, because the more we do that to someone else, the more I used to do that to Ryan all the time, and I don't as much anymore, but he from time to time does it to me, and I'm like, oh, that feels horrible. But whatever we've given out, we're going to get back. And so just putting up boundaries and saying, this isn't about me, baby, go feel your stuff, and trusting that they're going to come to these realizations of the root of these pains when they're ready to.
I love that. We do need to consent to our relationships if we want that or not, because there's nothing worse than trying to force advice down someone's throat. That it's the worst time to give it to them. And sometimes, like, just being present with them is, the remedy in that moment. And then I love that. And then we're not each other's coaches and healers. They can get that outside of the relationship. In the relationship, we're just being present. And I love what you said earlier. And I'm curious to know if you guys got into the Essene mirrors, the 7 Essene mirrors. Highly recommend checking out that video. It's like a mindset that says there's 7 types of mirrorings that happen in life. So if I used to do something in the past, and then my partner is mirroring that to me, and it's bringing up all this anger, then they're giving me the opportunity to forgive that within myself. You guys touched on it earlier, but the fact that there were 7 versions of that, to get really clear on the different types. If it's judgment, we forgive our partner for doing it, we forgive it within ourselves, kind of like the whole Pono mindset as well. But yeah, I love the wisdom you guys shared. I'm so happy that you guys are coming up with a program, and I put the YouTube link here. Please guys check it out. YouTube.com/Living Sacred Union, and we'll put it in the description of our YouTube video as well. Guys, thank you for your time and energy. Is there anything you want to leave us with on top of everything else to close us off?
That's a good question. I don't know if anything's alive for me, to be honest.
Yeah, that feels complete. Yeah.
Feels complete.
Thanks for honoring that. I appreciate you guys so much. Thanks for blessing us with your time, your energy, your words, and wishing you all the best. So everyone watching, if we can send Sarah and Ryan all the blessings, prayers, good intentions, energies, gratitude, thank yous, their way for as a form of reciprocity. Thank you, thank you, thank you. All right, guys, keep shining, and thanks for blessing us with your time and energy. I'll see you guys next time.
Thanks for having us.
You're welcome.
Bye.
Bye. All right, beautiful. So guys, thank you so much. We got to the end of our amazing event here. Happy Valentine's Day. Hope we were able to help hold space for you guys to embody more of that infinite love that you are. Self-love, fill your cup. And so many takeaways, so many takeaways. And God, Michael Moon bless us with the music. Michael Moon, I'm just reading your note here. Thank you, nice to hear your story and how you resolved by doing the work. Okay, that was for Sarah and Ryan. Yeah, sometimes I don't know how to conclude these things, but I'm going to do it gracefully. So thank you to all our speakers for taking the time to bless us with our energies. Thank you all also for participating and commenting and just being present with us, whether you were commenting and shared your video or if you were just there in a more receptive state. We appreciate you being here with us. And I hope you can feel that intention of wanting to bring people together to better our lives, right? For all of us to come out of this. Remembering who we truly are, being who we're here to be, doing what we're here to do. So yeah, Michael Moon, that's on me. Even though I'm Virgo rising, I need to get better at that attention to detail. So in the past, we have just hit go live on YouTube, and we would have had a lot more interaction. So tomorrow, my team's going to upload this entire 6-hour replay on YouTube, and then we can also share it with all of you guys, so you can upload it on all your social media platforms, you guys being the speakers, and that way it can ripple even more powerfully. So love you guys, appreciate you, keep shining. Please direct folks to Tarek Bibi, whether it's on Instagram, YouTube, my website, tarekbibi.com, tons of free resources. The YouTube channel, Tarek Bibi, we've done, if you guys missed our 2023 predictions event, we had Vedic astrologers, Western astrologers, Mayan astrologers, tarot readers, angel card readers, psychics, intuitives give us insights about 2023. It was like 5-6 hours as well. And we'll continue to be doing these amazing events. The next one's coming up in spring equinox, close to my birthday, Michael Moon. And it's going to be definitely fiery and like, let's get shit done, and leadership and solutions to the things happening on our planet. So I'll be featuring some of the biggest leaders, game changers in our communities who have websites, movements, resources that are there to help us transform our lives and help us birth the new earth and create the solutions for our planet, or just receive the solutions that are already here. Beautiful. So thank you, thank you, thank you. I love you guys. Diana, Luke, Michael Moon, You guys were there from the start for the most part, and you're still with us. So bless you guys. Keep shining, keep thriving, stay sovereign, stay powerful, stay in your heart, but don't take any shit. I'll see you guys next time. Much love.